What's going on, my peoples? It's your boy, Mr. OBF, back one time for your mind. Welcome to the OBF the Network, people. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell button so you guys get the live streams when we go live, people. And if you can donate to the channel, go to OBF the Real Cash App and donate to the channel, people. We highly appreciate anything you guys can donate to the channel. All right, people. Let's get it in real quick. Listen, the Obamas can't do nothing, man. You know what I mean? They can't do anything, man. It's like these damn near my honest opinion, some of the most respectful people that you will see. And it's no not to black people, but these are the type of black people that you don't have to agree with everything that they policies or shit like that or whatever. But the one thing you do have to respect is that they are classy people. You know what I'm saying? These are some of the most classiest people in the world, not just because of skin color, but they ours. So we claim them. Listen, man, you cannot be this buffoonery. Like, I mean, not buffoonery. You cannot be this. Well, I can't say that. I can't even say that. I was getting ready to say you can't be this damn. These people cannot be this damn hateful, but but it is what it is. But it's almost to the point where they don't even live in facts when they're criticizing people anymore, right? They're just living in this hate atmosphere of where they can just criticize motherfuckers just because they don't think like them. So I guess you're a bad person because you don't think like the way I think, or your politics ain't the same as mine. This is where these people are, but they want to call everybody else that disagree with them divisive. All these other things, we woke and all that, like it's a bad thing. But anyway, I want to play this clip real quick so we can get into shout out to my brother Game in the building. What up, Game? To show you how disturbed some of these people are, right? And then I'm gonna play a clip of people. First, I'm gonna let you hear somebody that's just a regular voter, right, or regular person that watch politics or whatever, right? And then I want you to listen to a person that actually does media, right? And that are Trump people. And this is why these people, this person I'm gonna let you hear, this is why these people are fucked up. Because the people that's on TV make excuses for bad behaviors and lies, and they spread lies, they make up shit. And so these type of people believe this shit, right? They don't have any facts. They get upset because they know that they're wrong. They want to be right about something that's not factual. And it's just a weird ass thing that they do. But let's just listen to this real quick.
With fascism. It's never going to happen.
Okay, but then that means you're never going to respect other people in your community.
Not fascists. No, I will never respect fascists. I will never respect fascists, and I will never respect racists. Awesome. Do you still support Trump?
The thing is, I never really supported him, but I have to support him as our president because he's, I'm an American and I want to support my president. It's just like we wanted them to support Obama, and we got upset when they didn't support Obama. So that's why.
Listen, at this point, like, I would understand that if, okay, we just got to respect Trump, he the president, right? Listen, I respect that Trump is the president. I understand that. Like, I respect that. I ain't gonna say I respect it. I understand that he's the president, right? But I don't have to respect him, right? It's another thing to acknowledge. I acknowledge that Trump is the president of the United States, but personally for me, he's not my president. Like, he doesn't represent me as an American, right? Like, a racist does not represent me. I don't give a damn if they the president or not. So, but I understand that he's the leader of the free world. I mean, the leader of America. Like, I get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not ignorant to that, but I'm not showing respect to somebody that is a racist and don't have respect for others that disagree with him. So I'm not that whole notion of, you want to bring up Obama or people didn't. Well, listen, who started that? There was people that thought like you that did not respect Obama. So now you want us to sit back and respect Trump because y'all didn't do it? Like, nah, don't listen. Like I said, don't ask other people to do something that you're not willing to do. That's always one of my mottos. But this whole notion that we got to sit around and listen, I understand that Trump is the president. I acknowledge that he's the president. I don't respect him. Not even just him being the president. I don't respect him as a person. So if I don't respect him as a person and a man, as a human being, I don't respect him because his title is the president. Okay, but anyway, but that's their way of trying to blind people. You gotta respect him regardless if you disagree with what he's doing. No, sorry, I wouldn't respect Obama if he did certain shit when he was in office. Okay, if Barack Obama act like Donald Trump act, I wouldn't respect him either. But anyway, but even though I respect Obama, does not mean that I can't criticize him. It's like the weirdest shit in the world. It's like almost like they want to be in the dictatorship. We just automatically got to be respectful to a president. We automatically got to bow down to a president because they the president. Trump could want to have, if I ran into Trump and he the president, I wouldn't shake his hand. I wouldn't say shit to Trump. Because I just feel, I go by the old saying, if you ain't not got nothing good to say, don't say it at all. Like, I don't really give a fuck about Trump like that. I just want this motherfucker out of office. I just think he's the worst president you can probably say in the 21st century. So, I mean, I don't know. In the last 100 years, Trump is probably top 2 worst presidents that we have ever had. So, like, it is what it is. Let's move on.
Support Trump, regardless of how idiotic he might sound, because we all know he's a front man. He's not really calling the shots. He's just there as somebody who, we can all hate or love.
Yeah, so I think that's a complete cop.
Oh, okay. If that's the case, if he's just a front man, then why do we gotta respect him? If we know that he's nobody and he's just he's just put there to do whatever he's going to do, right? Which is bullshit, I believe. Trump is not that type of dude like that. Listen, Trump is too much of a narcissist to allow. If he found out that these people was doing this to him, listen, could he be that stupid and not know? But if Trump finds out about that, it's not going to go the way you think it's going to go. Trump will out all them motherfuckers. But anyway, this is the type of dude he is. But let's go off of her narrative. If Trump is being played, he's just put there just to be there. He's just a token, right? Then why do I have to respect it? Because whoever put him there is the people that I shouldn't respect either. They're not the president. So you're saying that the people that put him there got more power than Trump does. So why would I respect Trump? Like, it doesn't make any sense. The logic don't make sense. But anyway, let's move on. And like he said, it's just a cop-out.
How idiotic he might sound, because we all know he's a front man. He's not really calling the shots. He's just there as somebody who, we can all hate or love.
Yeah, so I think that's a complete cop-out, because when other presidents...
And I want to say this too. She starts off by sounding like a fucking conspiracy theorist. Like, honestly, like, you can tell where people, when they start speaking or you just let them talk, you can hear where they most likely the conversation is most likely going to go. This lady is a conspiracy theory. A conspiracy theorist. So I'm just being honest. She sounds like a conspiracy theorist.
Done bad things. I haven't supported those things either, right? Like so, like I still to this. Well, that's what I'm asking.
President, and we're Americans, and we just have to support our president. Otherwise, we look really un-American. Yes, that's how.
No, I think you look the most un-American when you support a president and an administration that goes against the best interest of the United States. I think that makes you far less American.
Okay, let's just go off her logic. That's why I say these people really, really like want to be in a dictatorship for some weird reason, but they want to be free. It doesn't make any sense. You want to be dictated by a dictator, but then you don't. It doesn't make any fucking logical sense. But anyway, let's just go off her narrative. So, well, it's okay that terrorist countries, right? Let's just say Iran, right? Well, what's the problem with? Because okay, they mistreating a lot of the people there, right? But it's a lot of people that agree with the Iran administrations, you know, how shit works there. So so it's nothing wrong with those people either, right? Like it's okay. They respect they hierarchy, right? They respect the president, the one that's running the country. So why is it the people that in Iran that is under the Iran regime or the president or whoever, right? Why is they bad people? Right? But you say they're bad people because they support that type of regime and that type of leadership, right? Then why are the people that support Donald Trump and we're telling you he's really no different than the Iran president or some shit. The way how he moves and do shit. Right? Like, so those people that support Donald Trump or respect him or whatever, how she's saying, that means that y'all are bad. I'm using her logic because, like I said, you let these people talk long enough, they tell on themselves or how much of a hypocrites they are. This motherfucker is literally trying to be a dictator in America. And she's like, well, he's the president. You got to just, go along with it. What? You can't criticize him. If you don't respect your president, that means that you're not showing any type of patriotism to America. First of all, number one, that's not true here in America. But number two, to go off your logic, well, you're saying we live in a dictatorship. You want a dictatorship. But anyway, you can't criticize the president. Yeah, you got to respect him regardless. Yeah, okay, whatever. But they don't respect other presidents and shit. So these people are weird.
Otherwise, you look really un-American. Yes, that's how.
No, I think you look the most un-American when you support a president and an administration that goes against the best interest of the United States. I think that makes you far less American.
But see, that makes you like kind of un-American because you're not really supporting your president. This is like you're not honoring the voters who voted for him, even if you like him or not. I know you guys don't like the conservative.
That doesn't make any sense. This is why I said the logic don't make sense. I can respect the country and disagree. So is it that you want us to respect the voters or Trump? But you can't have it both ways. But like I said, you want it both ways, fine. I don't respect the voters that voted for Donald Trump. So if you say it's half of the country, then okay. I don't respect half of the country. Half of the people in the country don't respect them. I don't have to listen. I don't have to respect you to treat you with respect, right? I don't have to like you or acknowledge you to respect you, right? Like I don't have to wish harm on you and shit like that. Like you get what I mean? Like, these people really, really believe that we should just bow down to them because they won. Like, you get what I mean? Like, let's just say this next election come up in 2028 and a Democrat win. I don't expect everybody to fall in line, but I don't care if they do or not at this point, because we know who these people are. Yes, will it make sense that, yeah, okay, look, he the president. Like, listen, if Trump wasn't as horrible, listen, let's just say this. I don't agree with everything that George Bush did, but I respect that he was the president. I actually respect George Bush, regardless of I didn't agree with him getting us in wars and all other type of fuck shit he did. But I respect he was the president. I respect his daddy. Ronald Reagan, didn't respect him because I knew when you found out what this motherfucker actually really did. At the time, I couldn't say that because I was a kid then. But to know Ronald Reagan, I don't respect Ronald Reagan. Fuck Ronald Reagan. Like, seriously. Like, I'm not going to respect evil. But these people, they got the gang fucked up. Like, they literally do not understand. Just because I don't show respect to somebody doesn't mean that that I have to, like, me not showing respect means I wish them harm. Right? Like, I respect you enough not to wish harm on you or want anything to happen to you or keep my distance from you so we won't have conflict. Like, you get what I mean? Like, I have enough respect in that way. I'm not randomly going to roll up on Trump supporters because they have some type of, gathering or some bullshit. I don't really give a fuck like that. Do you, man? You think that shit make you feel important and cool and all that shit? You go do that. But I don't really care. As long as you're not bothering others, I'm okay with that. But yeah, man. People get the game fucked up. It's like I don't even think they really genuinely understand respect. Like, I cannot respect you, but I can respect you enough to not wish harm on you, to associate myself with you, not to have conflict with you, because I just think, for me, it's not even a respect thing for me, really. I just don't want to be around people like that, right? Like, I don't want to have interactions with people like that because I know what I would do, right, if I had this type of conflict. So I don't want to even have a conflict. I don't even want to have a conversation. Like, you get what I mean? Like, I genuinely despise these type of people. So I just rather keep my distance, but I have enough respect to want that. So we won't have that conflict. Just do you, we do us. And we see who on the right side of history. That's just where I'm at right at this point. But I don't have to show you respect. I don't have to do that. Especially the way they're asking for it. Like, no.
Un-American, because you're not really supporting your president. This is like, you're not honoring the voters who voted for him, even if you like him or not. I know you guys don't like the conservatives, and I understand that you guys believe what you believe about them, but I'm trying to look at it as from an objective viewpoint. I'm not trying to, like, be,
You know the bad part about it too? She said, you're not respecting the other voters and shit. What popped in my mind was like, well, neither do people like you. You don't respect the other side. You claim you do, but you really don't. If a Democrat get in, you disrespect the shit out of them. You don't have no respect for them. You say the most horrible shit, you go along with the most horrible shit. So this whole notion that we got to respect the president and respect like others and shit, the voters and all that, you don't respect the other voters. The other side, the opposite side of you. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like I said, they're asking for something that they're not willing to do. And they don't do.
But the whole thing with the talking points, like the 34 felony charges. He was charged with misdemeanors for that. The DA and the liberal judge raised it to felonies because.
How much y'all want to bet she don't even know what talking points really mean? It's kind of really a political saying, right? But I guarantee, how much you want to bet she don't know what that really means? And I'm gonna prove to you that she really genuinely don't know what that means. Talking points. She don't really know what that word really means, but that saying means, right? She really don't know what it means.
The whole thing with the talking points, like the 34 felony charges, he was charged with misdemeanors for that. The DA and the liberal judge raised it to felonies because they wanted to make puppets in the.
Let me say this. I literally had to look this up because, like I said, I don't pretend that I know every fucking thing, right? That's why you research and you educate yourself on shit. And some shit you can educate yourself on, with some shit that you may just not know, right? I did not know that a president could run for president and be a criminal, right? Regardless if it's a misdemeanor or not. It was a felony charge. I did not know that a president could. I didn't know you could elect a president. You get what I mean? I didn't know you could. A person that was running for president that had some type of misdemeanor or some type of charge, but they got found guilty of it. I did not know that they. I assume that you couldn't be the president. You couldn't run for president. That's not true. You can actually be a criminal and run for president. Right? And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if it's just state to state, but I think in certain states, it's the same. It doesn't matter if you was a criminal or not. You still could run for some type of being a state representative or whatever, or congressperson. I believe you still can run. So it doesn't really stop you, but believe it or not, the crazy shit about that is that's why it's like fucking disturbing in a way. I believe it should go by charges. Like, you get what I mean? Like how serious a charge is you got convicted of. I believe that because I believe people do make mistakes in their life and it may not be as harsh or crazy. But as the president, no, I don't care what type of fucking charge you got. Unless your shit was a juvenile charge and it wasn't that big of a deal, okay, I'm cool with that. But anything as an adult, I don't give a fuck if it's a misdemeanor or not. You shouldn't be able to run for president. Especially if you was convicted of a felony charge. State charges is a little different. My honest opinion. But running for anything federal, nah. But my point is, it's people that didn't commit violent crimes, went to jail for maybe selling drugs, and did long periods of time called felony charges and come back and can't even work at McDonald's. They can't even get a McDonald's job. So I'm just trying to figure out, you get what I'm saying? That's why I said all this shit is corrupt. All this shit is weird. They make up the rules as they go a lot of the times. Believe it or not. Let's move on.
Charged with misdemeanors for that. The DA and the liberal judge raised it to felonies because they wanted to make puppets in the chat and say, yeah, our president has 34 felony charges. It's a talking point.
Well, that's a lie.
First of all, she said the DA and the judge raised it to from a misdemeanor to higher than that. First of all, and it depends. I think sometimes it depends what state you're in, but my understanding is that a judge cannot do that. They can't raise your charges. They can't take a charge from being a misdemeanor to a felony. They can't do that, right? And maybe, like I said, maybe it's different in certain states, but my understanding, a judge can't do that, right? Now, a prosecutor, yeah, they can do that. That's their job. They can charge you whatever the fuck they want to charge you with. Now, they got to prove it, But they can charge you with any fucking thing if they wanted to. People, you could be caught with a pound of weed, right? You ain't hurt nobody or nothing. You just selling weed. You ain't selling it. They just caught it was in your car. They can charge. They don't. That's not a misdemeanor, right? But just say they don't charge. They can break it down to a misdemeanor. Just say they can, right? And they break it down to a misdemeanor. Okay, but as time go on, and they may get more evidence or whatever, they may up that bitch to a felon. I mean, to a more serious charge instead of a misdemeanor. The prosecution can do that. Now, what I didn't understand, or what I didn't know, I could say, is like I said, certain states are different. There's like in Texas, people's like, how the fuck is the jury can sentence, Carmelo Anthony? That's just in Texas, right? Their laws is different. Now in other states, no jury can sentence you, give you a sentence. It usually goes to the judge, right, to sentence you, right? However they fit, right? However they want to do it, right? But in Texas, it's a little different. Now, in New York, they upped the charge. They could do that because I guess it's the law how it was there. They can do that, and it was complicated with that because no, it wasn't complicated. It's just their law. They could do that. The jury could do that. The jury could up the charge, right? But if I'm not mistaken, I gotta go back and look at it. I believe it was all options of what the jury would want to do, right? Like far as like they charged them with misdemeanor charges, but they put on, they actually said that you do have the option to get a jury the option to up the charges, right? How they seem fit, right? They had options of what they could choose from, right? From misdemeanors to, real serious, right? So, I don't think that's just like a, like I said, that's might just be in New York, but like I said, it's very rare that a jury be allowed to do that, right? But then it's not because, like I said, they have shit where they say they can charge people with manslaughter, first degree, second, like, you get what I mean? So, but they charge you with everything. So everything that they charge Trump with, they charge him with the serious shit, but they still charge them with the misdemeanors. But they charge them with the misdemeanors, but they said, look, well, you could take it, it's up to you as the jury, you could take this even farther than that. So they gave them an opportunity. That's not nothing crazy. That happens in cases like that. They do that. Like I said, prime example, I say, like they didn't give the jury in Texas, if I'm not mistaken, they didn't give the jury the option to charge him with manslaughter. And I'm talking about Carmelo Anthony, right? Or something lesser than that. I don't think they gave him, they put that on the books of this, that you could charge him with this and this and that, the district attorney, right? They didn't do that. They just charged him with first degree murder. They didn't give him an option of second degree or third degree or, manslaughter. They didn't give him that. So that's why that, he got convicted like that, right? I think I believe they probably had more options. They probably wouldn't have charged him with that. But I think the jury, pardon me, my honest opinion, I believe the jury was not going to let him go. They was not going to not say he wasn't guilty, right? But the only option they had was, first degree. Now, it was me, I probably would have felt him not guilty of first degree murder. Now, should he probably been charged with maybe manslaughter or third degree or some shit like that? Maybe. But that's not what was presented. So, no, I wouldn't have charged him with first degree murder. My honest opinion. But, so I would have had to let him go. I'd have said, found him not guilty. Because all to do is take one, and the trial is over. Right? Like the sentence, like, you know, everything's over. Like, but anyway, let's move on.
First of all, that's a
Oh,
lie.
it's not, wait, I'm sorry about that, hold on one second. Okay, go ahead, tell me why I just.
Yeah, so that's a lie though. but
Which
yeah,
one, the 34 felony charges?
They weren't felony charges, first of all, they're felony convictions. All right, he was
They were
convicted of 34.
misdemeanors though.
No, they were never misdemeanors. So it's actually really funny because actually,
listen, you know the crazy one, first she justifies it and said they were just misdemeanors. That's the whole point. I mean, do it matter? Yeah. But does it really matter if this is the president? Because we're understanding, do you understand what he was, regardless if it was a misdemeanor or not? He got convicted of scamming people, falsifying documents. So I'm trying to understand, these people keep talking about they have morals and principles and shit. Are you gonna put somebody in a position that they have a misdemeanor charge in your company of falsifying documents to cheat, to fuck your books up? When, yeah, it may help you in the moment because you might be getting away with shit, but you know, you're running a business, a respectable business, and this motherfucker's actually literally you actually you gonna hire a motherfucker that you know that's gonna commit those type of crimes? It's very highly possible, regardless if they got convicted or not. You don't reward you. Listen, it's like you rewarding somebody. Prime example, right? It's like rewarding somebody that is known for touching kids, right? Right? They got some type of sexual molestation charge, some type of shit that has something to do with a kid, right? And they got convicted of it. And they come home, they do their time or whatever. Are you stupid enough to hire somebody that you know that do very inappropriate things and got convicted of doing inappropriate things to children? You're going to hire them at a school? I don't give a fuck. Listen, they won't hire a child predator to be a custodian. They won't hire you just to clean. But the whole point is, the reason they probably would if you probably weren't around kids, right? Because it's a school. Like, nobody's hiring no fucking child predator, regardless if it's a misdemeanor or not. Like, some people go to jail for watching kid porn or some shit. Is it worse than sexually assaulting a kid or touching a kid? No. Right? But this motherfucker watch child porn. Like, you ain't trusting this motherfucker to be in a school. Like, these people crazy. So that means you're trusting a dude that got convicted of falsifying documents, regardless if it was a misdemeanor or not. You know he did it. And he did it on purpose. But you're going to make him the president of the United States that deals with documents all the time. Yo, you can't make this up, bro. These people are lost their damn mind. But let's move on. Listen, it hurts my brain that I have to explain this type of shit. I'm not going to lie to you. It hurts my brain, bro. Because, like, it's almost like these people can't be this damn stupid. But anyway, let's move on.
They weren't felony charges, first of all, they're felony convictions. All right, he was
They were
convicted of 34.
misdemeanors though.
Nope, they were never misdemeanors. So it's actually really funny because actually Ari and I, my girlfriend, we were actually talking yesterday. And we were actually, because I was making a video about this guy who said, sorry, it's a little bit of a story, I apologize though, right? I was making a video about this guy who said that if he saw someone wearing like designer clothes and he saw them using their EBT card in front of them, that he would walk up and cut up the EBT card, right? And so we're looking at,
and that's talking about. I don't know. That sounds like some white people shit. So I'm assuming that he's probably white. Right now, imagine somebody walk up to you, and just because they assume because you got on nice clothes, right? They don't know if the clothes is real, because some people wear fake designer clothes. So you don't know if the clothes are fake or not, right? That's number one. So that debunk his that part of it, right? So that's strike one of his assumption. That's how fucked up he is. Number two, and he said he's going to decide to go up and go to somebody literally purchasing or doing whatever. They see something in somebody's hand with an EBT card, right? And they will literally walk up to somebody. How are you supposed to cut that? With scissors, right? So you're going to walk up to somebody with scissors? And what do you think was going to happen? You don't know this person. You don't know if they got something on them or not. Like, this is what I mean by these people logic. They don't make any sense. Like, you're going to really walk up to somebody, because the only way to cut credit cards and shit like that is with scissors. EBT cards, whatever, how you want to look at it. With scissors. And you literally got to take that shit out their hand. So it's all, I mean, you can call it an assault too. Right? Like you're these people crazy. As I said, we live amongst people that don't even think out their process to do violence. Right? That's why I say, in the streets we call certain people dumb criminals. Right? Like, people don't even really think out shit that they do. Right? Especially if you got time to think about plotting to do something, but your plot to do something harmful to somebody else, that's what you come up with. Like you get what I mean? Like, we used to call certain people dumb criminals because you didn't really think that out as much as you think you did. Like, you got to think about all angles of what. Like, you got to think about the consequences, even if you come up with a good idea to harm somebody, right? It's a very high possibility you still will get caught, right? No criminal plot is a high percentage of getting away with it. It's just not. You get what I mean? So these people don't even really think a lot of this shit out. We call them dumb criminals. They just dumb criminals. You really going to roll up on somebody with scissors? Because that's the only way you can cut a EBT card. Right? He didn't say he was going to go up to him and grab an EBT card, and because you can do that, you can crack it with your hands too. You can, put it in your hand and squash it together and crack it. Right? He didn't say that. He said he would go up to a person that got an EBT card and cut it. Like I said, these people crazy.
Saw someone wearing like designer clothes, and he saw them using their EBT card in front of them, that he would walk up and cut up the EBT card, right? And so we were looking at all the crimes that would fall under. And I think we looked at like criminal vandalism, and I was like, "Hey, Mara, is criminal vandalism, is that a misdemeanor or a felony?" And she's like, "Oh, it can actually be both, right?" And I was like, "Well, actually cutting up the card, right?" I was like, "That's like that could be considered like fraud, right? Or like, or stopping people from being able to use a federal benefit. What's the is that a felony or a misdemeanor?" And it was both, right? And it depends on the severity of the situation. So all of those crimes are maybe So some of these they're misdemeanors or they're felonies.
Listen, and you got to think about it, right? It's not like with the EBT cards and shit. It's not like, that's why I said, like you said, it's the severity of it, because you got to think about it. Just to say this happened, right? Hypothetically, and the person go up and cut somebody's shit, right? you could already committed a whole bunch of crimes, right? And they could be misdemeanors, right? The person just doing that. And then you got to think about this. This is not like a bank card, right? Like it's not like if you broke your bank card or your bank card is not working because of some technical something. Just say it got cut or you cracked it or whatever. However it happened, right? And even though you don't have your credit card, you still can go to the bank and get money, right? You just got to go there with your other ID and shit like that, right? With an EBT card, you can't go to no bank. And even if you go to social service or whatever to try to get a new one, the way how shit is now, you know, they still got to deliver it to you. You don't get that shit right on the spot like that. So now, whatever you was doing or you wanted to do, get food or whatever, you can't do that now. So now maybe your kids is going to starve, right? Because you're supposed to bring these groceries home. So, yeah, they can up the charge from that being a misdemeanor to something serious. Like, honestly. So, like, these, they don't even really think. They just say shit. Let's move on.
There's a federal benefit. Is that a felony or a misdemeanor? And it was both, right? And it depends on the severity of the situation. So all of those crimes are maybe, so some of these they're misdemeanors or they're felonies, depending on the severity of the crime, right? So the way that New York law works,
and the judge's discretion, though.
Not really. It really has to fall underneath the laws, right? Well, ma'am, I'm literally, I'm in the middle of explaining it. I'm in the middle of explaining it.
Listen, she doesn't listen because she doesn't know what she's talking about. Right? Like she said, and because of the judge has nothing to do with charges being upped, right? Like say like if it's a misdemeanor, right? Like when you go to push, now I put it this way. Let's just say, put it this way. If a judge doesn't have no say in to making a charge a misdemeanor or something serious outside of a misdemeanor, right? They don't have any power of that. Now, it may be certain states that may do that. I just don't know that. But not in New York. You can't do that. I know that for a fact. So, like I said, it's up to the district attorney to have everything on there. Whatever they want to charge, say, we want to make sure this motherfucker get convicted. Let's just say that. And they say, look, yeah, we're going to give them misdemeanors because, yeah, we're going to charge them with some real shit. But if they say that ain't that serious like that, they're leaving it up to the to the jury, right? Because they trying to win, right? So they say, look, we're going to put in to make this shit serious. It's the same charge, but serious. But at the same time, we're going to put it in there as a misdemeanor too. Or they say, we're going to use them as misdemeanors, but let's just say the jury sees, we're going to get a jury the benefit of the doubt that they can see what we're seeing, that this motherfucker really did some fuck shit. And so we're going to up the charges as well. We're going to give them that option to up it. That's only for the district attorney to do. That's got nothing to do with the judge. This lady don't know what she's talking about. This is what I'm saying. These people really think that they know what they're talking about. She has no clue what she's talking about. The judge has nothing to do with that. Nothing. And she doesn't want to listen. And see, this is the problem with these type of people. They don't listen. Because they already got in their mind that they're right. She really automatically thinks she's right. Listen, people, I'm not saying this shit because I'm some type of lawyer or some shit like that. That's why I'm being very careful how I'm saying this. Right? That's why I say it could be like that in certain states. But I know in New York, they don't do that. Right? I'm not sitting here acting like I went to law school, no shit like that, but I will educate myself. I will read up on shit. But this lady literally probably listens to some right-wing shit and assume what these people are saying is 100% right. Even if somebody agrees with me that they say certain shit, I still go and research shit myself to make sure that they're right. Even though I do agree with them a lot more than I disagree with them. That's why I tell all y'all, don't just believe everything I say. Go research some shit. I don't know every motherfucking thing. And I can admit when I'm wrong. And I don't need to go out to find facts to fit my narrative. Like I'm not trying to find shit to fit my narrative. Or the truth that I say I'm trying to speak. Like I don't like this shit'd be weird that these people do that. But anyway, let's move on.
Severity of the situation. So all of those crimes are maybe, yeah, so some of these are they're misdemeanors or they're felonies, depending on the severity of the crime, right? So the way that New York law works,
and the judge's discretion, though.
Not really. It really has to fall underneath the laws, right? Well, ma'am, I'm literally, ma'am, I'm in the middle of explaining it. I'm in the middle of explaining it.
I'm not stupid, but go ahead.
I'm not saying you're stupid. Okay, I'm just explaining how New York law works.
I understand.
Okay, well, obviously you don't. Okay, because the way that
I'm not talking to you disrespectfully.
I'm not talking to you disrespectfully.
I'm telling you that I don't get it when you just told me that you're not saying that.
Because now I'm trying to explain it to you, and you were explaining.
No, ma'am, you kind of don't get it. You kind of don't. Because even when she said what she said, even just say I didn't know, right? Just say she said what she said, and I didn't know about it. I wouldn't agree with it because it kind of literally don't make no sense to me, right? And I'm not a lawyer, so I'd have went to go research it. But if I know how this shit works, I know how it goes, and I know what happened, right? Soon as she says that, that's why he said that's not true. Because he literally knows, because he went to go research it. Like, I wouldn't say I know some shit I don't know. Right? So if somebody say some shit, and I'll be like, I ain't never heard no shit like that. That shit don't make no sense to me, but I never heard of it. I don't know if you're right or wrong. I will be honest about that. Because I don't know. But she's literally trying to sit there and say she knows, and she doesn't know. I know she doesn't know because I did the research. I actually agree with the dude. Now, he's leaving out certain shit, but majority of what he's saying is true. I mean, everything he's saying is true. He's just leaving out certain shit. But, anyway, let's move on. Now she's like, oh, and don't call me stupid. Don't play me like I'm stupid. Well, if you feel like you're stupid, you feel like you're stupid, that means that you saying some stupid shit and you know what you believe in is stupid. Or what you're saying is stupid. You know that. That's why you said it. Don't treat me like I'm stupid. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. Hey. Okay. But anyway, let's move on.
Something that is not how the you're not explaining how the law, but you're not explaining how the law works. And I'm trying to explain to you. What you're saying is not how the law works. What you're saying is not, man, it's still not a talking point, but if you see, this is what happens when people don't want to learn anything, okay? She wants so bad for this to be a talking point. She wants so bad for this to be a talking point that any explanation.
No, I don't even think it's about the talking point of it. She, like she said, if you, because I don't think he heard her really, but she said to him, you just want to say something bad about Trump. What? How is facts, talking about facts about somebody, is that you just want to talk about them? Listen, I told y'all, I don't really I don't talk about Trump as much on here. I talk about his supporters. I talk about the people that get in front of the cameras on mainstream media cameras. I talk about the politicians. I don't talk about Trump no more because it is nothing this man can do right or wrong for me that I know for, like, it's nothing he can do to change my mind of who he is. Right? Like, it doesn't matter at this point. That's how I don't respect this person. I mean, respect this dude. I don't respect him as a person. I think he's beneath me. You call it arrogant, you call it whatever, but I believe this dude is beneath me, and it's not about financially, his title, what he accomplished. It's none of that. As a human being, this dude is beneath me. Morally, he's beneath me. So I don't feel like I have to talk about somebody like that that's beneath me like that. I already know who you are. Like, it is nothing nobody can say, oh, that's not how he is. Well, you know, this is what I don't care what you think about how you feel about Trump. Right? Like, I just don't. I know what I know. And I'm not just saying some shit because I'm on an emotional thing. Emotionally, I just don't like him. No. It is facts backing up of my emotions, how I feel about him, and literally of the shit that he has done and did. That's factual. I can Google this shit. I know this shit. I researched it. I know who this dude is. So I don't need you to tell me how you feel about what I may not understand about Trump. I don't really care. I don't care. But like I said, I get at the Trump supporters because these are the people that go out and vote. And they are the stupid. And I'm trying to figure out why these people this damn stupid. I learn something new from stupid Trump supporters all the time. How stupid they are. How it's so easy to manipulate these stupid ass people. But anyway, let's move on.
Happens when people don't want to learn anything, okay? She wants so bad for this to be a talking point.
Has something to say about him.
She wants so bad for this to be a talking point that any explanation to actually show the actual legality behind it, she refuses to listen to, all right? Because if she actually listened to the actual explanation of it, then it would no longer be a talking point for her, and then she would lose her entire ability to come up on my live and crash it. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do, man. I'm going to explain the law. You can listen or not listen. Okay? So, when you're talking about falsifying business records, okay, if you are
understand, she says, please don't do it. Don't waste my time. Man, you are wasting your time, right? Because you already believe in what you believe in, right? This is what bothers me about these type of people. She says, excuse me. She says, please don't waste my time. Man, you're wasting your time by coming on this man's show and debating him because you already made your mind up. You're trying to push a narrative from your own beliefs onto others to try to change who they are to agree with you. That's all you're trying to do, right? I tell people this. When I do this show, I don't do this shit for people to agree with me, right? Or disagree with me. It's not even about that. It's about facts. It's about what's actually real reality and people that in false reality. Like, people live in false realities. Like this woman, right? Her whole logic, her whole who she is as a person is built into lies. She lives in a different reality. So my thing is, like, when I do this shit, I'm not trying to change these type of people's mind. These people are gone. Right? Like, honestly, they're gone. They cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, what are we talking about? I'm not trying to change these type of people's mind. I'm not even trying to change the people's mind that actually agree with me. I'm trying to educate people. I'm trying to have people look at this shit from a different point of view sometimes, right? But I'm not trying to change people. I'd rather you do the homework on your own, as well as listening to what I'm saying or taking what I'm saying and go research it. Like, but I'm not trying to, that's why I don't debate people. Like, what's the debate about? I'm not trying to debate you about, because my morals are different from people's morals. It is certain shit I just won't do. I just don't, listen, morally, I just can't do certain shit. So some people will. I may not like it, but I may not think it's the worst thing in the world. Like people that debate these people, I wouldn't do it. For what? I try sometimes, like let people come on here and there. I stopped doing that shit because it's like they're too scared and they know they're gonna lose. And it's just a waste of my time. It'll be entertaining, I get that, but these people don't want to debate me. You can't really literally have a moral debate with me. With like a lot of these people. Like Brandon said, I will destroy people like him. Like these people are so easy to beat because they don't live in real reality. They can make up a reality that they can fit in. It's not real reality. But anyway, let's move on.
Falsifying the business records is a misdemeanor. That is correct. But if you're falsifying the business records in furtherance of another crime, it is a felony.
First of all, it could be a misdemeanor. But like he was saying, how serious falsifying documents will up the charge. She doesn't want to hear that. She acting like that part of the law don't work. But, you know, it is what it is. These people crazy.
For just falsifying the business records, it is a misdemeanor. That is correct. But if you're falsifying the business records in furtherance of another crime, it is a felony. So the jury found, okay, that he not only committed the lower crime of the misdemeanor of falsifying the business records, but that he also, okay, was doing it in furtherance of another crime, which automatically bumps it up to a felony. All right? It wasn't some liberal judge or anything like that. The jury found that he did that. Okay? He found that he committed the felony.
Right. And I don't think he's explaining to this, but like I said, it's a waste of your time. But he's not explaining to this stupid person that, like I said, they gave the district attorney gave the jury the opportunity to up the charge. Right? If they just wanted to charge Trump with just misdemeanors and they put that into the charges, that's all they could charge him with. They couldn't up it or lower it. Like, you get what I mean? But they gave the jury the opportunity if they see fit. They thought that, which they probably did. That's why they gave the jury the opportunity to up the charge. But you can't tell these stupid Trump people anything. They live in la la land.
Semi-quincentennial. It stands for something very powerful. 2.5 centuries.
She's still on the phone line. I assume she's punching a wall or something.
I'm sitting down.
Do you care to respond to what I just said?
There's nothing that's to respond to. You explain what you explained, and I'm having nothing to say to it. I'm just saying that this is, once again, this was created as a talking point for liberals to say our president has 34 felony charges.
And let me just say this too. This woman, I don't know what she does for a living. I don't know what she actually does for a living. But for her to spend this, because she had to be waiting around to get on this, and I'm not trying to like shit on people that do it, right? That call up into shows and get there. I'm not saying that, right? But when you literally sit around and wait to get on a call, and then you get there and you're like, you just, I guess maybe you free, maybe you're not. I don't know. I just feel like sometimes I got way too much important shit to do. Shit, just laying down resting is enough for me. But to each his own, right? This woman literally waited around for a little minute to get on this call to speak. And this is what you come with? You don't back none of the shit that you're saying. She's talking about, he's talking about talking points. All her shit is talking points. She can't back none of the shit that she's saying up. She can't back it up. But anyway, let's move on.
All know how enhancements work, and they are usually used against us as like I'm Latino, and they're used against Black people just to make it those harsher punishments, right? Are we for harsher punishments?
Well, first of all,
hold on. I thought you was with people that didn't care about race. Why would it matter that it happens to Black and brown people? Why would it matter to you? Now you care about race. Now you want to bring race into this? Like, come on, bro. Like, these people always say that race don't matter, but then they bring race up when it's beneficial for them to try to prove some stupid ass point that's not true, right? Like, excuse me. Yes, do the justice system do Black and brown people dirty? Yeah, but that ain't nothing new. What the fuck that got to do with Trump? So now you're saying the government is railroading Trump. The system railroaded Trump. Why would they do that? What, because they're liberals? I'll put it this way. Don't commit crimes in liberal states then. How about that? Go commit those same crimes in maybe another state. A state that's Republican. Listen, people, in every state, right? It may be more of others, right? But there's always a percentage of people in your state that think the opposite of you. So, like, I just don't understand these people's logic. They just don't. Never mind. Let's move on. These people crazy, man.
Work, and they are usually used against us as like I'm Latino, and they're used against Black people just to make it those harsher punishments, right? Are we for harsher punishments?
Well, first of all, Donald Trump got no punishment at all. So let's start there. But second of all, I am glad.
Right. Listen, he didn't even go to jail. He actually, the judge literally, and this is in a liberal state. Okay? The judge literally I don't even think Trump got probation or no shit. I don't even think because he was supposed to got time for the shit. But the judge literally, basically, the trial was, listen, put it this way. The trial basically was bullshit at the end of the day. Because he literally didn't get convicted, like in a way, because he didn't get sentenced or nothing. Nothing happened to Trump because he was running for president and it was a felony charge, right? Even though I don't understand, they say, well, you can't sentence like, bro, he was not the president then. I don't give a fuck. He caught these charges before he ran for president. He got these charges soon as ass got out from being the president. And just because he started running for president after he got charged and all that shit doesn't mean shit. But somehow the loopholes of the federal government, they let this motherfucker get away with 34 counts felony charges. Now, people, if that was any of us, our ass is going to jail. We're going to do some time. We're going to get something. We're going to get probation. We're going to get something. Like, what are we talking about here? But she acting like Donald Trump really got this, like it hurt him that much. He still wound up becoming the damn president. Yes, he got saved because he was the president. Because he became the president. Like, what the fuck is she talking about? And he got more rich when he became president. What the fuck is she talking? Anyway, let's move on, man. These people crazy, man.
And they're using it against Black people just to make it so harsher punishments, right? Are we for harsher punishments?
Well, first of all, Donald Trump got no punishment at all. So let's start there. But second of all, I am glad that you actually recognize that this type of criminal procedure is actually very, very common. All right. And is it right? No, I think our entire legal system is very fucked up. And I think that it actually has a lot of flaws, especially when it comes to race. But it is strange that just a second ago, you told me that this was completely made up by a liberal judge, right? And it was in no way a felony. It was only a misdemeanor. And it was done all these things. And now all of a sudden you're saying that this is a common practice.
It is a common practice. I never said it was made up. I said it was enhanced because of who he was.
It was enhanced because he did it in furtherance of another crime.
I could be charged with what I call when you
Listen,
have a,
let me just say this. I don't believe in the justice system at all on any level. Do they get some shit right a lot of it sometimes? Yeah. But that don't make me feel like I can trust the system. Because here and there they get some shit right. Right? The whole shit is corrupt. Listen, my honest opinion, I believe the justice system do more harm than they do good. So, then it does good. So, for me, I don't understand. Right? Like I told y'all, I genuinely don't like state to state making different legal rules. Like, I don't like that shit. Because if you gotta think about it, Kyle Rittenhauser, from my understanding, got provoked. Right? But he provoked the situation. And he was walking around with a gun. And literally got off for killing people. Carmelo, even before, was it before Carmelo? Yeah, before Carmelo, Chinese, whatever he is, Japanese, Korean, Asian, whatever he is, he literally assumed somebody stole some water. Chased after a motherfucker with their back turned, and just because his son said, oh, he got a gun, he shot him. Usually when a motherfucker says somebody got a gun, you back off. You don't keep approaching. You ain't especially a citizen, you ain't a cop. You back off. You take steps back. You don't go forward. Now, I'm not saying you don't supposed to grab your shit. I'm just saying you stop, back off, grab your shit. You stop pursuing. So that's if somebody running from you. That's why I didn't understand how the dude got off. He kept pursuing. Now, that happened. And then the Carmelo thing happens. And somehow this dude get 35 years. Two people that literally put themselves in situations and pursue others got off with killing people. Tell me how that makes sense. Carmelo literally got pursued by Austin and his friends. And they're covering this shit up. There's a whole bunch of shit with that. His lawyers, I told you, his lawyers did a horrible job. Now, here evidence coming out how horrible this shit is. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, I don't believe in the system at all. This shit is corrupt. And just because they get certain things right, don't mean shit to me. I don't trust the system. I don't trust law enforcement. None of that shit. You get all the black people in the world as cops for me. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Because the system is corrupt. And I know when people get power like that, you see them use the power. Listen, they ain't even got to be cops. You see people that's McDonald's managers, the way they treat their employees. How people be flexing their muscles. Flexing their power. You see it all the time. So imagine a cop, somebody in law enforcement, somebody in the justice system. You don't think they be flexing their muscle, they power? Because they can? And they get away with shit? And they know it? And they know the system. They know how it works too. Yeah, all right. Anyway, let's move on.
It was enhanced because of who he was.
It was enhanced because he did it in furtherance of another crime.
I could be charged with what is called when you have a association with gang members because my cousins are gang members. So I'm just saying I'm against all enhanced experience. I'm also against the fact that
first of all, bullshit. You cannot get charged with being associated with gang members. Right? If they're going to look at you because you are associating yourself with them, right? But they got to have proof to charge you with something, right? I guess if she's talking about the RICO charge or some shit like that, listen, let me just say this. If you don't know nothing, they ain't got no evidence that you know anything, they can't charge you. Now, they can try, they can go ahead and do it. But, okay, I guess maybe that's what she's saying. But just because I associate somebody, a family member of mine, and they came around and I hung with them, and they came, let's say they came to my house, and the feds or something watching them, and they come busting in and raid my shit. They find nothing. It ain't nothing that other than me being associated with them as far as through family or they came here, they don't have no evidence. I'm not getting charged with shit. I may get questioned. But what am I getting charged with? You can't charge me even with conspiracy. You have no evidence that I had some type of conspiracy with this person. I did some type of shit like that. I conspired with this person to do whatever you assume that I did with them or what they did, right? Like, you got to prove that. You can't go to a grand jury and do that. Don't get me wrong. The grand jury will let you get away with anything falls to federal level. But, yeah. But that's where, like, let's just say they do it, right? That's why then a lot of people I always say, when that type of shit happens and you get off, that's when you come back with a lawsuit. You sue the shit out of them. Listen, make me a part of a conspiracy. I hope you do that. Because you ain't going to find shit. You get what I mean? All you doing is giving me free money. I wish they would do some shit like that to me. That's like saying just because you see me around gangbangers or people that commit crimes, like I'm there for a reason. Just because I'm associated with, they can just charge me. They don't know why I'm with this person or not. They say he got something to do with it, and they ain't got no evidence that said I did anything. I could be there to help these people. I could be there to try to get people out the streets. That's like saying to Jehovah's Witnesses, when they go, church people, when they go up to try to help people get out of gangs and shit, you're just going to charge them? Now, I'm not saying they don't do certain shit like that, but I'm just saying it's very rare that they do that shit anymore. Honestly. Because it's very hard to prove that shit in court. You actually fuck your case up when you have people in there that did nothing. That's why with Gunna could have got off without taking the plea deal. Honestly, they didn't have nothing on him. It was just his point of sitting there in jail. But the problem with Gunna was that, and I believe, listen, come on, man. I ain't trying to snitch on the dude or no shit like that, but listen, he knew a lot of that shit probably was going on. He might not have been there when a lot of criminal shit, like far as violence and shit. He probably wasn't there for a lot, some of that shit, but he seen some of that shit. He knew. You hang around niggas enough street shit, yeah, you will know. It's very rare that if you hang around a person that commit crimes and who they are, you ain't gonna see some criminal shit that they do. It's just bullshit. So people's like, they ain't had nothing on them. Yeah, by certain parts of the law, yeah. But ain't nobody that damn stupid. Gunna seen some shit. It got nothing to do with him being a street dude. You was around it, you seen it. You was a part of it. You kept rolling with it. That's what conspiracy is. Well, part of it. So when people like, oh, yeah, by law, yeah. But he still pleaded guilty. Come on, man. Listen, people, you plead guilty for two reasons. That you're going to get a good deal, because you know some serious time with that shit, you don't think you could win, or you do that shit because of the simple fact that you don't want to be locked up. You're taking an easy route out. Honestly, it's only two reasons you take plea deals. I have done it before, so I know. I did the shit twice. I did it for both reasons. At one time, like I said, I did it because I knew they had all the evidence. But they didn't have, the dude said I did it, and then he said I didn't do it. And I been locked up for a minute, and I kind of like, I'm not going to take this risk. My lawyer was like, nah, don't take the risk, man. You know, they got you on some other shit too, as well. Right? So I'm like, all right, I'll take the plea. And I got off. I got like 6 years of probation, some shit like that, but still, I probably could have did 6-7 years. Not even just off of the case that they couldn't, like, but they really arrested me for. It was a whole bunch of shit. I had a whole bunch of charges. And I had a record. So, you know, yeah, I took that plea, got the fuck up out of there. And like I said, the other reason I took the deal, I ain't like being locked up. Even though you get adapted to that shit, you don't like that shit. I never liked jail. Fuck out of here. I'm fucking telling you when you can eat, sleep, shit, and piss. Nah, bro. I like to eat randomly. I like to go to the bathroom when I gotta go to the fucking bathroom. I actually didn't live with my parents, my mom, for a reason. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want to live under rules. So now I gotta go with. Come on, bro. But it, you know. But like I said, people don't be really understanding that shit. People take plea deals for two reasons. Like I said, because they got enough on you, but they really don't. but you don't want to chance that shit, right? By going to court, and you take it. And like I said, even in between that, even though they ain't got the shit to really convict you fully, they got enough to get. It's very possible you still can go to jail, so you don't even want to chance that shit. And like I said, you've been locked up. Who the fuck want to be locked up, bro? You want to go the fuck home. You know what I mean? When you take plea deals, all right, I can do 2-3 months. I can do a year. I can do 2-3 years. I can do that. You know what I mean? Because I'm already adapted to it, but, you know, I got 3 years. All right, they give me 3 years. All right, I do that. Knock that bitch off. Then you might not even do the whole 3 years. You might do a year and a half. So, yeah. You motherfuckers take plea deals. That don't mean they snitching and shit. Now, you being certain, like, RICO charges, it's a little different for me. I think you got to really go case by case with some of that shit, like RICO charges and shit. It's a little different. That's why usually when dudes get caught up in certain shit, they don't have the same lawyers. They distance themselves from the other defendants, right? That's why usually people do that. But yeah, you don't, yeah, you're getting a RICO charge. It's a little different. It's almost like you kind of fucked. And you really got to watch what you say, right? You really got to watch it because you don't know. And that's why I said Gunner probably didn't know that he was kind of really snitching on his niggas in a way, right? Or putting them in a bad predicament. He probably didn't know that because he was on a RICO charge. A RICO charge is very complicated. Even taking plea deals, unless everybody accepting plea deals, right? In a RICO charge, then that's when you take a plea deal. That's why a lot of people thought Gunner snitch. I don't think he intentionally tried to snitch, or like I don't really think that he intentionally tried to do that shit, but it comes off that way because you know it's still niggas locked up for that shit. And they was going to use you taking a plea deal and saying the shit that he said it to the other motherfuckers your other co-defendants and shit that you got out of the RICO. They're gonna use that shit against them in their trial. So I just think he didn't understand it. And bond him, like I said, bond him not having a record, not being a real street nigga. He didn't understand that. So I don't really hold that against him. Like in that way, like how a lot of people do, right? Because everybody ain't street savvy. Everybody ain't court savvy. Like, you get what I mean? Like being locked up and shit. Nobody really know the law like that, bro. A lot of criminals don't know laws, even though they've been in the system for a minute. Till they go to jail, a lot of times they don't even really, and being there a long period of time and go to the law library, your libraries and shit, and learn shit. They don't know shit until they actually sit down and really pay attention what the fuck going on. But yeah, man. Like I said, I can see how people could look at it, but I don't believe he snitched. I believe he didn't intentionally want to put, I don't think he intentionally tried to put other people in fucked up situations. I just think he didn't know. And your lawyer is not there for, if you got your own lawyer, your lawyer is not there to tell you not to snitch on other niggas. Your lawyer is not there to give a fuck about other niggas. Right? They're not there for that. They're there to get you the fuck off. And people keep not actually realizing that. And then you got his lawyer, they trying to get this nigga off. But and I know I'm going off a little bit of script, but they trying to get this nigga off by any means. That's what they getting paid for. He's their client. He don't give a fuck about them. Them other niggas is niggas. Young Thug and them. They trying to get him off. And then now this nigga don't know the law and he not a street nigga. Yeah, he could have got bamboozled because he didn't know. That's why I tell you niggas, stay away from that street shit if you ain't really about it. Honestly. Listen, I don't disrespect street niggas, but I don't hang around street niggas no more. No, nigga. And I know the game. I don't want to be around that shit. Don't put me in a situation where I have to do some shit. Because like I said, you put me in a situation without notifying me that I'm in that situation. Oh, nigga, that ain't mine. That's that nigga shit. Call it snitchy, call it whatever you want. Nigga, you put me in that situation. And you knew if I knew about it, I'd be like, no. You didn't give me a chance. Don't put me in no criminal shit. And then I ain't on no criminal time. I ain't in the streets no more. Nah. Fuck out of here. That ain't even snitching, nigga. I fucked up by even being around you. That's my fault. But to know that you would do that to me, you ain't really my friend. Because I wouldn't do that to you. Let me tell you some real shit. I never kept drugs at my mom's house. Ever. So when they came to arrest me and shit, right? Nigga, they ain't find nothing. In my mom's house, nothing. You don't believe that type of shit. Like, you know what I mean? Your mom, even if, listen, don't get it. My mom knew what I was doing. But she didn't, a lot of times, didn't know what I was bringing in that fucking house. Right? And when I did bring shit. Right? But I never kept shit there. Ever. I never bagged up there. I never did none of that shit. I might have smoked some weed in there. Kept some guns. Shit there. But I got them out. You get what I mean? Because I walked around with a gun all the time. Only thing, first of all, my mom wouldn't have got charged with anything because the gun would have got found in my presence. The illegal guns I had. And let's just say this. Let's just say they try to charge my mom with some shit. I'd be like, nah, my mom ain't no shit about that. That's all on me. I'd have took a plea. I'd have admitted that shit. Like, you never put people, like, come on, man. That's what I said. Like, if my nigga, I know a street nigga, and you put me in a situation like that, and you know I ain't a part of no shit like that, first of all, I'm stupid enough to hang around you. That's on me. So that's why I say I don't hang around street niggas. Because I know these are possible things that could happen. So I choose to stay the fuck away from that. So I ain't even got to deal with that. But, you know, you might have a homie be on some bullshit. You ain't think he ain't no street shit, but he might be on some street. And he put you in a situation like that? Oh, nah, nigga. Oh, you going down. You got to let me know what you doing. I got to know that you got this on you. You got to let me know. Because like I said, I would never do that to any of my niggas. If you a friend of mine or family, I don't give a fuck with you. I would never put you in that situation without you knowing. Now you can say, hey, you can tell me, hey, don't put that shit. No, don't bring that shit. Don't bring that shit with me. I'm not with that. Then and I understand that. And you don't do it. Motherfucker tell you let motherfuckers know what you got, what you doing, what you got on you. You know? But some motherfuckers, they don't tell niggas that. And then these niggas expect you to get in court and ruin your whole life because they living whatever fucked up lives they living and think that you're supposed to go along with that. No. Fuck out of here, nigga. I don't do that shit. I don't do none of the shit that you do when I'm not with you. So why would I do it with you? Or allow you to have that type of shit around me or do something? Fuck out of here. But anyway, let's move on. My bad, people. I'll be right back, people. Give me a second. All right, people, I'm back. I don't want to say this before we move on, so I won't forget to say this shit. When people was going around, you heard these niggas, these rappers and shit, and they was talking about, oh, the streets is a myth and all that other shit. The streets is not a myth. The streets is the streets. My thing is, when you're not a street nigga no more, you start to understand a lot of that shit don't. It's not that you don't understand it. It's almost like, I'm not fucking doing that. That shit is stupid. You find out a lot of that shit is stupid. People like, oh, the people in the streets ain't loyal and shit like that. Not in the moment when you out there. You think the niggas that you with is loyal. Right? It's when you get out the game or certain shit happen to you in the game, you find out everybody ain't loyal. But if a lot of you think what you think about the streets, the street ain't a myth. The streets is the most grimiest shit that you can be in. The streets ain't never been some loyalty type shit in that way. It's very rare you find loyal niggas like that in the streets. Everybody is damn near a hater to you. Everybody is trying to plot on you, damn near. Regardless if they friends or family. The streets is not a myth. The streets is what it is. Motherfuckers just maybe understand it later that, oh, that should be, it's a false narrative. It's not. When you live that life, that's what you live. You live, let's just say they say it's a false narrative. You live on the street mentality. When you're doing it, it's not a false narrative. You live in the life. Regardless of how untrustworthy it is, how grimy it is. You signed up for it. Now, when you get out the game, or you start to make money and start to see niggas snitch on niggas will snitching on you with niggas snitch on you when you in the hood. So it doesn't matter if you got 1 foot in the game and 1 foot out the game and niggas snitch on you. Ain't nothing different with that. It's no different. First of all, a nigga can't snitch on me if I ain't doing shit wrong. Fuck you snitching on me for? So it's just something bad like that. If I'm like literally like doing some fuck shit, I get it. Or you know shit is criminal? Yes. Everybody is willing to listen. You could be at your job. You could just be stealing 1 toilet paper. 1 piece of toilet paper. And if a motherfucker want to get you fired, to hold that against you and know that you do it, that's in anything. Right? But if I'm not out stealing and I'm not out doing no shit that you know anything about, regardless if I'm in the streets or not, if I'm not doing nothing fucked up like that, nobody can't hold shit against you. They can't snitch on you. You get what I mean? I always keep saying this. Your reputation, who you are, matters. And sometimes it really don't. Because sometimes the weak people that may be coming up, regardless of what you're into or not, good or bad, some people are just snakes. They're trying to get you the fuck out there so they can take your spot to do even more worse shit. Right? So it doesn't matter. It's not just a street shit. A lot of times people just be thinking everything's a street thing. It's not. It's real life. Everybody can be a fucking snake. It doesn't matter what occupation it is. If you feel like this over here is bad and this is over here, this is more up and up. People do grimy shit all the time. But anyway, let's move on.
It was enhanced because of who he was.
It was enhanced because he did it in furtherance of another crime.
I could be charged with what is called when you have a association with gang members because my cousins are gang members. So I'm just saying I'm against all enhanced experience. I'm also against the fact that you can say that he's felony charges, but just don't forget that they were misdemeanors to begin with and they were enhanced. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Yes, they
And
are
being in a
charges.
gang or being affiliated with a gang, neither of those are crimes.
Right.
They are enhancements. Yes, they are charges. Yes, they are charges, and they can get me.
Can you please show me where in any law? Yeah, can you please show me in any law where it's illegal to be in a gang?
Hold on, let me ask a question. You're telling me people have not done.
She not one that she don't want to answer that question. It's not illegal to be in the gang. Okay? Because if that was the case, then a lot of KKK members and white supremacists will be arrested right now. That's not true. Okay? It's about, listen, you can be, listen, people, like I said, I know plenty of street niggas and they're gang members and shit. Listen, my niece is part of a so-called gang, right? Like she part of the gang. I know her. I see her, nigga. It ain't no big deal. Like nobody can. Oh, yo, you gotta have proof of like just knowing somebody or associated with somebody doesn't mean that you are in the gang or you doing some gang type of mentality. You can't get arrested for that. They arrest you because they got some evidence, or they assume that they got evidence to assume that you are part of that, or you know of it. Right? Like you know of the fucked up shit that they're doing. Right? The criminal shit. Just because you know a motherfucker, a person, your family member, or a friend of yours, or associated of yours, don't mean shit. No, plenty of gang niggas. Plenty of street niggas. Never got no knock on my door. Not that I know of. If the fast walking, they watching. I guess they ain't got enough to say that I'm a part of it. I do this live shit all the time, nigga. They know who I am. Like, you get what I mean? Now, I choose not to have these type of people around me. Like you get what I mean? It ain't my day-to-day thing to go hang around street niggas I know. I may bump into them, call them here and there, see how they doing, you know what I mean? But I don't associate these niggas like that. Even family members. Same shit. I know family members is in. I told you my niece is in that shit. Fuck out of here. My niece know better not to bring that shit around me. That's why she don't come around me. Right? That's part of why she don't come around me. She know better. Fuck out of here. And I don't even consider her real street like that. I just look at her weird. Fuck out of here. You ain't even like that. You weren't even raised like that. Fuck out of here. I don't give a fuck what work she put in the streets. You weren't raised like that. But you know, it is what it is to the people that's around you. Think you that. Okay, cool. Not me. I don't give a fuck. And that's why I don't hang around her. She can't come around me. Unless she brings some dumb shit around. Listen, if I run into her at a family function or I seen her somewhere on the street or something, yeah, But yeah, I ain't calling her and what's up? Nah, fuck out of here. Shout out to Ashley in the building. What up, Ashley? Shout out to Bro Bell in the building too as well. I don't know what that is, Ashley. What is that? YTTI. What is that? Oh yeah. Anyway, let's move on.
Deported for being associated with gang members?
Been deported, yes. We're not talking about deported. Deporting is a civil act. It's not a criminal act.
But it's still against the law to be associated with gang members, and that's why they've been deported.
It's if you've already been found of a criminal act, then yes, but that doesn't make it a crime.
It is a crime to be.
That could be like a condition of parole, right? Like it could be a condition of parole to not do drugs.
Right, like listen, and see, and this is how stupid she is. Right? She is saying that some of her family members, I guess that's what happened. And she probably voted for them to get out of there. And listen, I ain't mad at her like that, but about that. But what she doesn't understand, just because these people are here and they represent a gang, they claim a gang, that's not illegal. That can't even get you deported. Right? You literally got to commit crimes. Don't mean that what you associate with. Listen, the motherfucker say, look, I represent MS-13. Right? If you got papers and shit like that saying you legally supposed to be here, they can't deport you. Because you say, look, they find out that you are part of the MS-13 gang. What criminal acts that you have done? They got to prove that. They just can't just grab you up and deport you. Now, listen, I ain't going to say that. I take that back. We in this Trump administration. Yes, they can do that. And they are doing it. So, like I said, that's not law. That's just some shit that they're doing. But anyway. Oh, you was talking about Stephen A. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I can't be hindered there wrong. All right, I get what you're saying. My bad, Ashley. I get what you're saying. Now I looked at your post. I see what you're saying. My bad. Listen. Stephen A is, listen, man. Listen, I told y'all, I don't get a kick out of calling other black people sellouts and coons. Like, that shit is not, like, I don't, like, that shit don't make me feel good to say and do, right? But I ain't gonna sit there and pretend that this shit ain't true because they black. Like, you get what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's like white people that probably, I feel like they ain't racist people, but they tolerate racist shit. You're a part of the problem, right? They got family members or friends of theirs, they tolerate that shit. Like, you get what I mean? Like, just what they are. But yeah, Stephen A. Smith been who he was. I told you in the last 10 years who he was. He's exactly who he was back then. He's just got more power and money. They put him in more of a powerful position, and he got more money. And he's famous enough to do a lot of shit that he does. And it doesn't help because the reason Stephen A. Smith is even bigger than what he really is because of somehow black people keep still supporting him. Honestly. You think about the behavior that you see the shit that he's doing on his shows now. He's having coon niggas going against black people that know exactly what the fuck is going on. And he's considering them just conservative people. Stephen A. Smith is not dumb. He's actually literally turning black people against each other to fit his narrative to say, see, look, I'm not, I'm not this motherfucker that y'all think I am. I'm not a coon. He's trying to play both sides because he gets paid to do that, right? So I just seen him do it. I wouldn't do no shit because Stephen A. Smith asked me to do that. Like, fuck out of here, bro. I don't even respect you. So why would I sit down with another fucking coon? I think you a coon. How can you be a moderator into some shit and I know you a sellout? And there's no disrespect to the brothers that I seen that did these did these debates on Stephen A. Smith shit. But that's them. But for me, I wouldn't do it. The shit is bullshit. But that's the game he plays with black people.
To make it a crime.
It is a crime to be.
They can be that could be like a
Anything.
that could be like a condition of parole, right? Like it could be a condition of parole to not do drugs or something like that, right? There's tons of things that there can be different, and plus somebody who's here without a status has different rules than somebody when it comes to committing a crime, right? So those are two different things. But none of that changes. None of that.
I should say that's crazy. To be a black conservative today. Listen, there's only two reasons you do this, right? You really genuinely believe in religion, right? And I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying as a conservative, black conservative, you really believe in religion. That I always told y'all, that's why I'm not religious. Religion, not knocking people that's religious, but religion is corrupt as well, right? And people can fall under that umbrella of being, and it's like a cult, like, right? So I call it corrupt, a corrupt cult, but you are in a cult. Right? So you just believe in all these things and you've been taught these things. But then, like I said, it's another part of that. Or why you be a black conservative. Right? You could believe in the religious stuff. Cool, right? Right? People like, can't get mad at their moral principles. Okay, cool. But the other part of that is they doing it for money. And if you know anything about so-called religious prophets, right? You see it all the time. Been happening since the beginning of time of this country, right? And probably even before America. They have been making money off of the people. They've been scamming the people. Like I told you, I do not respect any pastor. Honestly, I literally don't. I don't respect no pastor that don't have at least a business or a 9-to-5 job that is some type of pastor or priest. I don't respect that shit. It is no way impossible. You can tell people to keep donating and donating money to for a congregation, and you don't work. Your congregation work 9-to-5s every day, and you don't work. Your only job is to speak through the Bible, through religion. What the fuck? And you live in a better house, have better cars, you can pay your bills, and your congregation is struggling? That don't make no sense. That don't make no sense to me. That's why I'm not religious no more, because I peep the game. I don't respect, people like that. Right? Like, even when you look at the Pope, I'm not trying to disrespect the Pope and shit like that, and I don't be trying to disrespect religion because I respect people being religious, but people don't really like live in real reality with that shit. Right? Like the Pope. He don't have no job. His only job is to do what? They pay for everything the Pope does. That shit is a business. Being a Pope is a business. Come on, man. Do y'all understand that? How's the Pope don't have no job? He don't have no job, no income. Everything they pay for everything for the Pope. Let's be real. I'm just trying to be real. What is the Pope job actually literally? Come on, man. Even when you have an organization, right, giving back to people, people in that organization get paid. How you think they're getting paid? Of donations and shit like that. So they're getting paid through that. Make some sense to me. But the Pope, what is the Pope doing? Just being real. Just trying to tell y'all, man. Like, these niggas ain't got no real jobs. Right? Like even when you look at the Senate and shit like that, what their job is? Congress people. Like seriously. These motherfuckers they got better health care, they got better 401ks than you do. But they supposed to work for you. How the fuck they got better shit than you? You pay for their salary. Tell me how that makes sense to y'all. But everybody acting like I'm tripping. Okay, cool. Like I said. And this is the real reason why, a part of the real reason why I wouldn't be a politician or run for nothing. Because I would feel like I'm taking advantage of people. He was like, well, you just give all your money away. Who's stupid enough to do that? They don't look at like they work for the people. They look at that shit as a job and opportunity to make money, to be famous. Like that's what politics is at this point. To get popular. Politicians weren't even popular like that back in the day. The politicians are more popular, just as popular than a fucking rapper or entertainer or movie star. Just think about that. You can understand the president, even the vice president. Anybody really give a fuck about no vice president like that? Not a vice president, a star. Famous. What? These motherfuckers got better health care than you do. But these the same people that tell you we can't afford health care for you. We can't give you better health care. But they can afford it and got the better health care than you got. These people literally know about the stock market. And they own shit in the stock market. They got family members own shit in the stock market. You don't think that shit benefits them? Are y'all stupid? Come on, man. You never heard about Nancy Pelosi's husband, and he was in the stock market. He was very rich. People like, how'd she get this rich? Because she was married to a dude that was in the stock market. You don't think she slid him some shit? Said some shit? When they were sleeping? Come on, man. Fuck out of here. You can't trust nobody like that. Can't trust politicians like that, bro. Even if you like them or not. Yo, man, come on, man. They doing some underhanded shit. They know too much. They know how the economy works. And motherfuckers are sitting there pretending, oh, they go. No, bro. Come on, bro. No, man. You know why a lot of the progressives now don't like AOC? Is because she know how to play the game. She know how that shit work. She bigger than New York. That's because she's in the mix with all the motherfucking them people. Now she's understanding what she's gonna pick and choose of who can donate or who she's gonna take money from. Respect that, but come on now. AOC getting that money too. Motherfucking when Jasmine Crockett. Everybody acting like, oh, Jasmine Crockett done. No, she ain't. Jasmine Crockett gonna pop out on y'all ass in 2027. She got, listen, a lot of people that got money and that's rich and that politics shit, and you think they gone, they out of politics. These motherfuckers are in packs behind the scenes making money. They're behind the scenes getting these corporate donors and shit, being a part of boards and shit like that. It's like the Obamas. It's like how they get so rich. Y'all stupid. They got rich. He didn't get that rich when he was the president, and he's more rich now. They pay him. Listen, he's the former president of the United States. Even Michelle. Okay. Yo, let's put it this way. If you a podcaster, if it's Joe Rogan, right? Just say Joe Rogan, right? You know, top 3 biggest podcasts. Some people say number 1. And Joe Rogan got Barack Obama to come on his show. Do you understand that his speaking engagements to do a podcast is millions of dollars? You're going to have to pay Barack $1 million for him to come sit down with you, especially if he's on that money type shit. And he's the former president? Oh, fuck out of here, bro. You're going to pay Barack. Nigga, you gonna listen. Barack ain't gonna get no lesser than $1 million to come speak. Okay? That's why Michelle and her brother got their own podcast. That's why you can see any and everybody there if you want. Like they listen. If you big enough, Michelle ain't gotta pay you to come sit down with her. She Michelle Obama. You gonna go sit down with her. You gonna come on her show. It's Michelle Obama. She got the connects and everything. They was talking about the DOC. They was paying all these other people to come and do shit. Okay. Some people gonna ask for a fee. They might believe in shit that you saying, but you willing to, I'm going to risk some shit. So you're going to have to pay me to risk some shit. Some entertainers are like that, and politicians. Some people ain't going to work for free. So that's when they got a status. Come on, man. That's why when Nelly was like, oh, they didn't offer me to come and speak. You wouldn't have did it for free. So if Trump would have said, come over here and entertain us for free, you would have went over there and did it? No, you went over there for the money. Him and Snoop. Rick Ross, all of them, they went over there for the money. They wasn't going to do that shit for free. That's why this shit makes it even worse when it comes to black people with these niggas. They sit there trying to lie in our face. You wouldn't have did it for free? Unless you believed in it, you would have did it for free. Understand, they lose their whole talking point about why they went over there and did that shit with Trump. Because, like I said, if that was the case, even when Snoop and Nelly came out, when Nelly went on Willie D and was talking about what the Democrats didn't do and all that, okay, fine, cool. Why do you go over there and if you believe in that, then why did you go over there? And the nigga tried to hide that. Just it's the president. I'd have did that for any president if they invited me. So he got away with saying if it was any president and invited me, I would go do it. Nah, nigga. Let's just say the Democrat president was, let's say Biden. Say, Natalie, I want you to come perform at my inauguration for free. Would you want to go do it? No, you wouldn't, nigga. You did it for money. You sold your people out for money. Him and Snoop talking about I did it. It was my friend. You still got paid. This nigga's lying. And being over there on that side, it's better to be over that side because if you was on the Democrat side and you did it, right, the performance, they'd have talked bad about you, right? The right, because they're in power now. But I'm just saying, just say when Bob was, they'd have talked bad about him. And now that they feel like you on their side, they don't talk bad about Snoop and Nelly no more. You notice that? They said fucked up shit. A lot of right wingers said a lot of fucked up shit about Nelly and Snoop and Rick Ross. But they don't say that shit about them no more. Because they went over there on that side. And these niggas trying to act like they don't understand that. But it is what it is. A bunch of stupidity. Niggas be lying, bro. You do it for the money. You sell out for money. There's no way impossible that you are okay of this dude's behavior. Impossible. Impossible. There ain't no money in the world, yo, to be okay with that shit. Unless I'm gonna scam you to take your money. I'll say, oh, yeah, I took the money. Hey, I performed. I'm taking this money. And nigga, it's still fuck Trump. Like, I would understand that more. But they didn't do that. They try to justify their behavior. So, I know you did it for the money. And like I said, I go deep into that. They scared of white racist people. That they fear they got power. You see, everything around us cower to Trump because he got the power to do it. And he wouldn't have the power if the Republicans and the Congress would stand up to it. But they understand that the people that's in these Congress positions, that's Republicans, they know they ain't going to stand up to it, so they cower. That's why you see the businesses. That's why you see all these entertainers. Motherfuckers we thought we had respect for, they all cower because they scared. They know ain't nobody gonna stand up to this shit. Because the motherfuckers that got the power is the racist and horrible people. And the sexist and horrible human beings. And that's why them niggas side. You get what I mean? Like I said, they know. That's why them niggas do it. That's why they excuses was bullshit. I can debunk all that shit. Just disrespecting your people because of money. You sell us out for money. And you act like we tripping. All right, nigga. Whatever. These niggas like to use, oh, they side with Democrats and they on that woke shit. Listen, like I said, when being woke was wrong, until racist ass white people said it was wrong. So I don't take no advice from racist ass white people about what woke means or even DEI or any of that shit. You can't. It's like they trying to tell you how you gotta be black, right? We gotta fit the narrative for them. This how black people gotta act. Nah, fuck out of here. But then they get upset when black people tell you, listen, it's certain shit you gotta stay on code with of being black. Oh, no, you think you don't get to tell me that. I am a free speech. You know what I mean? A free thinker black person. But then now you trying to tell all black people this is how we gotta think though. Because you switched over to do that. None of that shit makes any sense. My thing is, I don't understand. Listen, I never support racism and bigotry and homophobic and sexist shit. I'm not doing that. So you can call that woke or you call it whatever you want. I'll call it respecting others. Call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. And I ain't religious. I don't agree with all women about women shit. I don't agree with all black people on shit. I don't agree with all minorities on shit. I don't agree with all gay people on shit. Right? But I'm not going to discriminate against them because I disagree with them on certain shit. They don't bring harm to me like that. Like, you get what I mean? Like, you got to understand that racists bring more, people that discriminate against people bring more harm to me. I don't fuck with bigots and shit like that. That's not even, and the crazy shit is because they deal with bigotry and racism type of people like that around them. So they feel like, that's a part of their life. I don't have people like that around me. So I can't understand that. And I won't. Because I don't care. That shit is bad. It's horrible. I'm not trying to mistreat people because I disagree with them of their lifestyle. Or certain things of their lifestyle. Or just their lifestyle. You know what I mean? Because if you ain't harming nobody, being gay, how's that harming people? Nigga, you can be gay or not. You want to be seduced by gay people? Go ahead. Transgenders, that's you. Fuck out of here. If you ain't got the mind state of a heterosexual person or know what you like sexually, and you get, I guess you can call it being bamboozled. I don't know. But that's on you. I know I don't like transgenders sexually. I won't let no woman stick no dildo in my ass. What the fuck? Like, you get what I mean? Like, and then you try to, blame it on the kids. Okay, cool. Fine. Well, what is the difference of you teaching kids to hate people that's gay? Because they don't think. Well, you know what? I teach my kids, black people, they criminals. But they gotta agree with how we live and shit like that. That's the only way we trust. And then we don't really trust them like that because they sellouts. But we'll have them over here because they agree with us. And you don't think that's damaging your kid or teaching your kid how to be bigot, racist, and sexist? But you got a problem with gays, blacks, and everything else. Like, that shit supposed to make sense. It is what it is, man. Like I said, hey, man. I said at the end of the day, you never change my mind about who you are. You can't say I need to hear you out on what? I know who you are, so what am I trying to figure out? Why am I trying to get your perspective on anything? That's who you are. That's what you think. The fuck I need to understand about that? I morally, at my core, do not condone that. So what I have to understand your point of view of. Right? Like, just being honest. But anyway, move on.
changes, that this wasn't some type of enhancement. This is the way the law is written. This is the way the law had been prosecuted well before Donald Trump against many other people. And it's the way the law will continue to be prosecuted against a bunch of other people. And making it sound like for some reason it is some type of talking point. I know, ma'am, your patience is of a goldfish. And if anybody has to talk for longer than 2 seconds, no, ma'am, you can talk when I'm finished talking. I was in the middle of a sentence. Okay? Yeah, I know. I'm going to keep talking, ma'am. Okay, because as much as you want to come up here and just act like a child, I'm still going to act like an adult, okay? Perfect, thank you. So what I was saying, as much as you want to act like, oh, it was some liberal judge, it's some this, it's some that, blah, blah, the truth of the matter is what that does is it just tries to justify criminal acts, right? And I don't think that we should be justifying criminal acts, especially when it comes from the highest office in the land.
Nature's miracle. Permanently eliminate top odors and stains at the source.
Our neighbors are coming over.
Maybe ask them to come another night.
No. Hi!
Comes from the highest office in the land.
Trump's mobile phone. I've never heard of that before. But anyways, also the whole thing with Congress, like how they spent most of their term while Biden was president trying to do something against Trump so that he could not run again. Everything the Democrats have tried to do has failed.
Okay, what did they try to do?
Yeah. What did they try to do? You don't remember when Biden was president, all they did was focus on Trump and to make sure that he couldn't run again. But it failed. Everything failed. And then even when he was
What
president,
did they try to do, ma'am?
No, let me finish. Are you sure? Let me finish. Okay.
But you're not answering the question.
Go ahead and have your monologue.
I'm just asking you a question. What did Congress do? That's it. That's all I'm asking. I asked you what Congress did. You said, don't you remember what Congress did? No, I don't. Can you please tell me?
You. You don't remember?
Nope.
They were doing nothing. They tried their best to keep him out of office. That's what they did.
How?
They didn't succeed.
How?
By procedures and having committee hearings. You don't remember?
Committee hearings can't stop someone from becoming president.
Anything.
Yeah,
Anyway, and while he was
Committee hearings can't do that.
Okay, let's go for a dumbass scenario. She said doing committee hearings, which anyway. Trump still became the president. All right, she said, oh, they all tried to do that. Okay. But he still became the president. What the fuck are you still upset about? Sure, I could say the Barack would have got a lot more done if Mitch McConnell in the Congress at the time wasn't stopping some of the policies that he wanted to pass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Let's move on.
Can I finish? Or are you in the monologue again? I'll wait.
And how old did you say you were?
I'm sorry, just let me finish, okay?
I'm just saying, I swore I asked you how old you were to make sure you were an adult. Like before we started. You're 44 years old acting like this, that's fine.
Are you serious? You're gonna attack me now? Because you can't attack what I'm saying?
Child. No, I'm attacking you acting like a child. I am talking to you in a very, very calm manner, right? And you are literally acting like a petulant child.
You're 44? Oh my God. So what?
Yeah.
She say, so what? You are 44 years old. And you most likely got some kids. I'm not for sure about that. But even if you don't, you are a grown-ass adult and you're sitting up here acting like a child. And then you get upset at young folks that see, this is shit that bothers me about these type of people. They don't understand that you're on, like, she doesn't have to do this, right? She doesn't have to be on this platform and she doesn't have to act the way she maybe act. We don't know the woman, but I guarantee you as children that this woman is probably, like, listen, as a grown-ass adult, right? That's 44. Be 45 next month. God willing. Shit in about what? Maybe a month. Right? Listen. You gotta be a grown-ass adult, man. You can't. You can't get mad at young people for being like doing Like they're kids, their brains ain't fully developed, so they gonna do stupid shit. You're gonna be like, look at these stupid little niggas. Like you're gonna say that, but you have to be on a moral high ground in the way of saying that. You can't be acting like they act, right? You got to be more mature. You got to be the grown up in the room. This woman acts like a child. She doesn't answer questions. She just want to run off in narratives, right? And then accuse you of doing some shit that she's doing. She's running off in narratives. When he asks her a question, well, prove it. Tell me what it is. She can't prove it, so she just keep saying same old stupid shit. It's just craziness, man. But anyway, let's move on.
Just saying, I talk to people all the time, and
Am I done? Are you done yet? You're monologuing
I
again.
don't know when you're done, man. You're gonna have to decide that for yourself. This is insane, dude. I have literally talked to freaking 18 and 19-year-olds that had more self-control.
Can I finish though?
Please do.
While Trump was president and they were in charge of both houses, and all they tried to do was
Get him out of office? Like everything they do, the whole platform is now hate Trump. That's all. If you hate Trump, go vote. That's so, it's weak, and everybody's falling for it. Everybody has like
their hate for Trump, and they will take that over any fact.
So first of all, I don't understand how you're saying.
No, I don't think that the right is any different. The right is exactly the same. But we thought we were too good for it when Obama was president. Now they're too good for us just to hear what we're saying.
Okay, multiple things on that. One, how can you say that Biden? How can you say that Biden, under the Biden administration, they were trying to get Trump out of office when Trump wasn't in office? Biden was in office. Second of all, the only authority that Congress would have to stop someone from getting in office would be to impeach him, right? And they didn't try to impeach him while Biden was in office. Congress never tried to impeach Donald Trump while Joe Biden was in office. So that's not true. No, they did it while Trump was in office the first time. Yeah, the first time. Third of all, Donald Trump is in violation of the first, second, fourth, fifth, possibly 6th, 7th, 14th, 24th, possibly the 25th Amendment, and there's a couple others I'm probably just leaving out, okay? He's in violation of all of those things, okay? And you're trying to compare him to Obama. Can you please explain to me what violations of the Constitution Obama was against, since you want to make that comparison?
Earn a 200% commission rebate for 30 days.
And because I can daisy chain all of my beds together, I only have to plug it in once.
That comparison?
Hello? Monologue is over? No, you shouldn't. For some reason I can't hear you. Weird.
Sure, would you like me to repeat?
Oh, there you go. No, please don't. And also, okay, another.
Yeah, but I'm going to. Because you're going to respond to what I said, because I asked you a question. Yeah. You said, under Obama, they didn't want Obama there. Yeah, there's lots of people that didn't want Obama there. But the difference is Obama, A, followed the Constitution. B, followed the law. Okay, which can be construed together. All right. Followed procedure, followed the way the American society is supposed to go, and did things that actually help the United States. The reason why they didn't want Obama in there is because he was black, and that bothered a lot of Americans. The reason why people don't want Trump in is because Trump is in mass violation of the Constitution. He's in mass violation of the law, right? And he's literally starting wars that we shouldn't have to be in. He's literally bombing schools. He's literally, killing people through the shutting off of USAID. He's killing people by the shutting off of Cuba, right? Like, he's literally killing people. And you want to make a comparison between him and Obama. It's sad, huh?
Enough. Anyway, back to what I think. The whole thing with Obama being black, that's why they didn't want him there. That's what you think in your heads. And they're like, they think something completely different. You have to honor the fact that people.
How you know that? See, her logic don't make sense, right? Like she's saying, oh, well, you don't know that. Why they didn't want Obama in there. But how you know that? Right? You saying that he doesn't know that because he was black, right? He doesn't know that, right? Because He wasn't there, right? So how you know that? Listen, let me just say this, right? I'm not saying everybody that didn't vote for Obama, right, didn't want him in there because he was black. I would never say that, right? It's the most stupid, ignorant shit, right? But I would say, yeah, politicians and voters, not all, did not want Obama to be in office because he was black. Yes, I will say some. Right? That's not saying that everybody, but I'm not going to ignore that it was some people that did not want Obama in there because he was black. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, it's like people not living in real reality. But anyway, let's move on. Listen, you're right about that. Listen, like I said, I think it was presidents. I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, Ashley. It was presidents that you look back, even if you wasn't born or you was born, but you didn't really understand politics or whatever, right? You weren't old enough to understand what they did, right? Like, I always tell people like this, right? Trump is top 3 worst presidents in the last 100 years. And the reason I say it like that, I don't put him number 1 because this is a debate about it. But at the same time, I believe that what's his name? God damn it. Nixon was horrible. And what's the other fucking dude name? I don't know why I can't pop in my head right now. And he was a part of putting drugs in our community. Right? Fuck, I don't know why I can't think of this dude's name right now. In the 80s and shit. Fuck is his name? But it'll come to me. It'll pop up. But yeah, listen, I believe it. Trump is bad right now, and I get that. I understand it. But I believe, listen, he wasn't the worst. No, not policy-wise. No, he wasn't worse. He wasn't worse to our people. Because this shit, a lot of that shit what Nixon did, Ronald Reagan, that's who it was. They literally intentionally passed policies. There was a part of that shit to pass policies to destroy our community. Even like when you can go at Clinton in a way. You know what I mean? Like that policy, you know what I mean, that he did. Like, you know what I mean? That shit. But then you can't get that mad because it was black people was a part of that bullshit. That's why people don't get that mad at Clinton. Because he got a lot of pushback from so-called black people. You get what I mean? And I don't think a lot of those black people understood policies. How that shit would affect us. Honestly. So, you know. Listen, I always tell people, I fuck with politicians that upgrade. Right? Like, you can look at some politicians, you can respect them, but they wasn't as smart as you thought they was back then. They was dealing with the times that they was in. It's not saying they ain't intelligent, but they didn't understand a lot of shit that would really affect us in the future. They was thinking in the times. A lot of our politicians now that do speak up, black politicians, that we act like, you know, we know that they good people, we feel like they good folks. they think about the future. They're not just thinking about in the moment, in the presence. A lot of our politicians back in the day, they thought in the presence. They wasn't really thinking about the future like that, like y'all think they were. Honestly. And that's why they was siding with shit, you know what I mean, with that whole Clinton shit. It was black people that was going with that shit because they was thinking in the moment. The shit was so fucked up. But even though shit is fucked up right now, you get a lot of black people, even voters. We're not just thinking in the moment of what the fuck is going on. We predicted, a lot of us predicted this shit. So a lot of us don't just live in the moment. We prepare for it, right? So now we're talking about the future. How this shit affects our kids. Of what we're doing now. A lot of our politicians, yeah, they thought of the future in a way, but they was living in the moment. A lot of our black leaders, right? And that's why I said I don't hold too much against them, but because, you know, the times was different and they wasn't as smart as a lot of us are now. Y'all, listen, and there's no disrespect to our elders, but they wasn't smarter than us. And just like now, how we think we're smart right now. These kids 25, 30 years from now are going to be smarter than us. Very more intelligent than us. That's how time works, like how shit goes, right? We think we smart in the moment that we're in, right? No, it's going to be kids, our kids way more smarter than us. They're going to be way more smarter than us. So you look at some of these kids now, they're way more smarter than us. Right? They get shit that we don't get. That's why I always like to stay connected to the young folks. Because I got my issues with the young people and I express that shit and I tell them. But they're smarter than us. They just don't have that, they don't have wisdom. Because they ain't lived long. That's the only thing they missing. But once they get older, oh shit. They already, I believe they're a little smarter than us. They be 10 times smarter than us once they get, once they get wisdom. Honestly.
Think differently about themselves. You can think what you want and maybe it's true.
But you can't just say that because that's not what they think. They really believe that he was not from America. They really believe that he was born in Africa. That's what they
That's because they're racist.
Whatever reason you want to
She said people thought that Obama was from Africa. They have a reason to feel that way. Why? This shit didn't come from truth. It came from false narratives and lies. And race, at the end of the day, it was racism. It wasn't. Listen, let me explain something to y'all. Black people did not create that narrative. Black people did not create that narrative. It wasn't black folks. It was white people. Let me tell y'all something. It wasn't even the right that created that narrative. It was people from Hillary Clinton people. And people kept saying, oh, Hillary ran with it. No, Hillary didn't run with it. When Hillary heard that shit, she shut that shit down. She actually fired the motherfucker that actually came up with that. And that motherfucker went rogue and he put that out, saying that the reason that's why she fired him. He actually made money off of it. And then they took that conspiracy theory with that shit and then the right ran with it. It was actually created on the left, right? People that was under Hillary. Hillary, when she found out about it, she said, oh, hell no. Fuck out of here with that bullshit. No, hell no. Who came up with that? Oh, no, get him the fuck out. She fired him. She fired the motherfucker that came up with it. So everybody be like, oh, it came from the Hillary Clinton campaign. Yes, it did. But when Hillary found out about it, she fired that motherfucker. He was gone. And then that motherfucker went out there and he helped push that narrative again. Because he got fired. He was upset at Hillary. And that's why that narrative pushed like that. And then the right took that bullshit, which was a lie, and they ran with it. That's what happened. So it didn't start from the right, but the right took that conspiracy theory and they ran with it. These are facts. They don't like truth. Like I didn't say, did I say that the right created it? That's how it came out? No. Or they started using it? No. I said it came from the left. It came from Hillary Clinton, somebody in Hillary Clinton campaign. And it was a top motherfucker. It wasn't nobody no lower shit. It was a top motherfucker. And Hillary Clinton fired him. But she didn't run with it. She didn't bring that up. Everybody gets saying, well, Hillary brought that up. It was because of Hillary. It wasn't because of Hillary. Hillary got rid of that motherfucker that came up with that bullshit. When she found out about it, she fired that motherfucker. And somehow, like I said, people kept saying, how'd I get out? Because he got fired. He pushed the narrative when he got fired. Oh, his name is out there. I just can't remember his name right now. It was a white dude. A so-called white liberal. And he's still not respected in white liberal spaces after that shit. And that shit was over 10 years ago. The fuck are we talking about here? I'm sorry, 20 years ago. My bad. Fuck are we talking about? That dude is still not respected. Nobody fucking with him. You don't even hear about that dude no more. Half of y'all don't even know who the fuck he is. But he pushed that narrative. And then when he got fired, he pushed that shit. He let the right get it. Because he got fired. He was mad he got fired for that racist bullshit. But, you know, he's a liberal, though. But anyway, let's move on.
Therefore, if it's because they're racist that they believe that, then it's because he was black. That's the whole point.
Let's pretend for a second. That we respect each other, even if we don't. Okay? Even if we
I've
don't.
had nothing but respect for you this entire conversation. I wish that you would return it. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Is anybody pushing a narrative about any white candidate, regardless if they're Democrat or Republican, right? In the last, let's just say the last 30, 40 years, that any party, Democrats or Republicans, we know it came from the Democrat side, right? From one dude or whatever, right? But ain't no party ever pushed that any president or any candidate that was running for president wasn't from America. It was never pushed. Ever. But when that black man had a chance to win, all of a sudden, even on the liberal side of a racist liberal, I told you, and I call him inner closet racist. That dude was an inner closet racist. He wasn't from America? What? That you said he's not? Just think about the lie of it. How stupid it is. And then people still run with it, or people ran with it out of that. You can't even, listen, people, you can't run for, if you're not an American citizen, I'm sorry, if you're not a born citizen in this country, you can't run for president. Remember when Cenk from TYT tried to run for president? He tried to find some type of loophole. He wasn't going to be able to become president because he's not a natural born citizen. He was never going to be able to run. can't run for president. Listen, Omar. Yeah, she's a legal citizen, but she can never ever run to be president of the United States. She can't. She's not a natural born citizen. Nobody can run to be president if you're not a natural born citizen. You literally got to be born in this country. You could be a first generational American. You can run before a motherfucker that been here before you even was born and they was a citizen, right? Like, you get what I mean? The fuck out of here. And they still rant with it. Trump still rant with it. The right wing still rant with that shit. No, that ain't true. Obama could not run if he wasn't a natural born citizen. He couldn't run. These are facts. This ain't no shit that we just we gotta get deeper into this shit. No! Google it. Motherfucker, it don't take that long to Google some shit like that. If you're not a natural born citizen, a first generation American can run natural born. But somebody that came here and they got a citizenship or some shit, they can't run for president. These are facts. It's nothing that, like, what the fuck are we talking about? Why are we still having this conversation? These people stuck on fucking stupid. They only like the law when it benefit their stupidity. Obama, yeah, he wouldn't even have made it that far. And mind you, he was a senator, community, he was all that shit. You think they would have, any party, even if it was the Republican or Democrat, you think that they will allow a dude that just has citizenship? Yeah, he's a citizen of America, but his citizenship is a different shit. And he can run for president, and they know he can't. The Democrats would just allow them to do that. Oh, fuck that. People stuck on stupid. Anyway, let's move on. I swear we're amongst the stupid.
Let's pretend for a second that we respect each other, even if we don't. Okay? Even if we
I've
don't
had nothing but respect for you this entire conversation. I wish that you would return it.
I'm talking about you and me.
Yeah.
This is not about you and me. It's not about us. I'm talking about voters and us in the rest of the community. People who live with us.
Are we not voters?
We have to coexist. It has nothing to do with you and me, though. I have nothing against you. You have very good talent. I think have the same talent when I was younger.
We're like the same age.
Not really, because I have the ability to be objective and stop looking at it through the liberal lens.
Yeah, we're like generally the same age.
You're very hardcore for your side. And
We're like, what, 4 years apart?
I don't really, it doesn't matter to me. None of it's not that much to me. I'm saying I appreciate what you're doing for your side, but try to keep us together.
This bitch actually said, I'm okay with you doing with your tribe. That's a part of your problem. You keep saying we all Americans, but you say, "Oh, I appreciate what you're doing for your tribe." So it's you actually helping the division of that. You're not trying to bring some shit together, right? You're not acknowledging others because they disagree with you on policies or whatever or ideology. Listen, we all Americans, even the racist people, they still American to me. Right, like I don't say they ain't American people. Like, you see how these people think? I just disagree with them. And listen, I believe they traitors to America. That's a whole nother thing. But at the end of the day, they still Americans. We all still Americans. We live in a democracy. So racist people gonna be racist. So this is what it is. Let's move on.
Dividing us in hate for Trump.
Why should I want to come together with fascism?
You don't have to. You don't have to want to. I'm just saying, you try in the future, maybe.
No, I'm never going to come together with fascism. It's never going to happen.
Okay, so then that means you're never going to respect other people in your community's opinions.
Not fascists.
Ideas and beliefs.
No, I will never respect fascists. I will never respect fascists, and I will never respect racists. If you want to respect fascists and racists, that's on you. Okay? You are more than happy. This is a free country, and you are more than happy. It is totally okay. It is totally okay. All right.
And see what it is? He's trying to explain to her. And it's the same shit I told these people. You think I don't hate you the way you hate me, right? Like I don't hate you at all. But you think I hate you the way you hate me, right? I despise you. I think you are bad human beings. I think you are racist and bigots and shit. Like, you know, I get all that. But I respect enough that you exist. I don't want to bring harm to you. I'd rather for you to stay the fuck away from people like me. But I don't hate you the way you hate. I don't hate you at all. They think we hate them. Racists think that we hate them. For me, I don't hate racist people. I've actually, a part of me feels sorry for you. I don't hate people like you. I just don't. I just feel sorry for you. A part of me feels sorry. The other part, I despise you pieces of shit. And you're wasting my time. And I don't see you on my level. You know, morally. Intelligent wise. I just don't see you that way. You're almost, to me, partly irrelevant. Right? I understand you exist, but if I don't have to deal with you at all and I don't want to, I'm not trying to put myself in the space of that. I will choose that to not fuck with you. It's not saying that you don't exist. It's just because I don't live in fake reality. I know you exist. But if I cannot have you around my atmosphere, fuck you racist. These people crazy. They act like oh, we got to have this type of interaction. For what? I don't need to have an interaction with a racist and a bigot. Why? Why do you want to be friends with me? Why do you want me to understand your bigotry and racism and your dumbass point of views? Why would you want me to? Because I don't care if you understand where I come from or where I'm coming from or what I'm standing on. I don't care. But you care more than I do. And as I told you, that's what racists is. They care about what we feel and what we think. That's why they do the shit that they do. That's why they be upset. I don't care about these people. Let's move on.
Want to respect fascists and racists? That's on you. Okay? You are more than happy. This is a free country, and you are more than happy. It is totally okay. It is totally okay. All right, if you want to respect fascists and racists, okay, go for it. Have a great time. But you are not going to tell me that I need to do it. Okay, because toleration of fascism is how you end up with 1930s and 1940s Germany. Okay. That's how you get that, all right? Tolerating racist and xenophobia is also how you get to 1930s and 1940s Germany, okay? That's how you get there, by tolerating.
Hold on. Let's talk about to this brother. You act like they care about that. These are racists. They don't care about Jewish people either, only when it benefits their racism. They like racist Jewish people, right? We keep trying to act like Jewish people, all Jewish people are the same. They're not. It is good Jewish people, and then there's racist ass Jewish people. And we make that mistake because they claim a religion. Right? It's like Christians. It's the same shit. They say I'm a Christian. But, you know, they believe in it. The country it was built on Christianity or white people being in control. But they hide behind religion. They hide behind Christianity. It's the same shit. Fuck these people. I like, yo, what the fuck are we talking about? I'm not trying to. Anyway, let's move on.
People like that, okay? Because you're one of those people who would just see them get on the train and you'd be like, oh, I'm sure the government knows what they're doing. In order to be a real patriot, you just have to respect what they're doing. Well, I'm not going to do that, man. I'm going to do my best. I am going to do my best to stop that from happening. I'm going to stop those trains from rolling. And you can sit there and say that I should respect the government and respect those putting people on the train all you want, but I'm not going to do it. And neither are any real true Americans.
Every man knows what it takes to perform at a high level. Every man.
Hold on, and let me say this, and I agree with him. Like, I'm not gonna be okay with. Listen, as a black person right now, I don't really like. I'm about my people first. As a black person, Black American, however you want to look at it, but about my people first in America, but black people. Listen, but that don't mean I'm okay with what's happening to immigrant brothers and sisters that this shit is happening to, Brandon brother. Like I'm not okay with that shit. And I'm not gonna support that. Like you know what I mean? I'm not gonna go on my way. Oh, I support Trump because he's doing this shit to the brown people. Because I got an issue with some brown, Latino, Mexicans, whoever they are in the country. Right? Like, I'm not going to be okay with them, or with Trump and these white supremacists doing what they're doing. I'm never going to be okay with that. I'm never going to vote for that or side with that. Regardless if I got my issues with some of their people. Like, you get what I mean? So, nah. But see, that's how her mind works. But anyway, let's move on.
Anyways, I do admire what you do, but I don't appreciate you divisiveness. And I know eventually you'll see it. You're smart. You'll see that with your efforts here are really divisive, and they're not really trying to bring Americans to perspective.
No, I am not trying to bring Americans together. I've never claimed that.
No, I never said that either. I said respect each other, not together.
Donald Trump doesn't respect anyone. Donald Trump's the most divisive president in the history of the United States.
I like talking to you.
I told you they get this shit misconstrued. They think that if you respect hate, because you just they look at hate as it's just a different opinion. It's not a different opinion. Hate is hate. If I hate somebody, I literally hate them. I literally don't care what happens to them. That's what hate is. I would do something to them in a hateful way. I would make excuses for hate. That's what hate means. Part of what it means. I don't hate racist people. The fuck I hate you for? I don't hate people that hate people. I don't hate you for what? Because if I hate you like you hate people like me, then I ain't no better than you. I'm the same person you are. And that's what they're trying to normalize. That's why they say, oh, you hate the right wing, or just because you disagree with the right wing, you hate. Or you disagree with Trump, you got Trump derangement. And all that other shit they like to throw out. But they basically saying you hate Trump. I don't hate Trump. I don't hate Trump supporters. I don't even like using hate. I don't like saying the word hate. I don't even like using that shit. Or saying it. But, you know, that's what they do. They're trying to make that hate equal, like somehow, some way, I hate them like they hate people like me. Like, nah, I don't hate you. And that's what they upset about. Especially when black people, when we tell them, I don't hate you like you hate me. I call your hate out. That's what you're mad about. And then you, on top of that, you mad because you know that I don't hate you the way you hate me. And that's what they upset about. People that hate people, that's what they angry about. Because you don't hate them the way that they hate you. And then they try to take little shit, or you boycott. You trying to say all of us like that. No, listen, we boycott the Chinese, Asian shit. It's not, we do this shit because we want even the good motherfuckers to speak out more. That's what we want. That's what we want. And we don't see enough of the so-called good Asian people or whatever speaking out more and standing up for what's right. You ain't got to stand up for us, but at least stand up and go against your people when they out of pocket. That's what we calling on. But we don't see that as much. We see more hate than we see motherfuckers hating us more and get mad at us more because of what we doing, instead of saying the opposite of that. Standing up against that hate. That's our issue. Even when I talk about my people, I check my people. Yeah, we boycotting that shit, but you boycott it for a reason. We not saying all, and I check my people. We ain't boycotting because they got Chinese business. We gonna boycott all, or we hate all Chinese people. It's not that. We gonna boycott shit. Oh, these Chinese people, you can't make money here. You get what I mean? Like, I don't listen. When I was young, I had bad interactions with Chinese people, Asian people. Honestly, they were just as racist and bigoted as white folks was, right? Even Italians, same shit. All of them. The shit was different how they treated black people. When I got older, yes, I understood that. Oh, nigga, there's certain. Listen, when I go to my Chinese spots and shit like that, it ain't no disrespect there, right? But at the same time, I move my people, right? I still move my people. I move my people. Listen, up the street from me, they have that shit. I go there to the bars and shit. Can't fuck with it. They treat me good there. I never feel disrespected. I don't see them disrespecting black people in the community. I don't see them doing that. Right? But I understand where my people come from. Take that money away, then we see how that shit work. And listen, and let me tell you something. That shit don't reach everybody. Our boycotts of money and shit, that shit don't reach everybody in the community. I noticed that. Every time you don't even know. Every time the people that you think that know, even the elders, they don't know. They can go different places, but they just don't know. And we boycotting shit, some shit. That's what I mean. Like, black people there's never going to be 100% on shit. And you gotta understand, there's a different level of shit too, right? I don't go to nail salons and shit like that. So women experiences with Chinese people is different. Black women experiences is different from black men. We don't deal with that, right? So, but our responsibility is, if our sisters are saying that, then we rock with them. We stand on business with that shit. And people acting like they don't understand that shit. Because like I said, if we got an issue with Do you remember when Kanye did what he did? They tried to blame, like, almost seemed like they went at Kanye, they went at Kyrie and all that shit. We was disrespecting the Jews. Kyrie was different. Black people ain't stand behind that nigga. We said, fuck that nigga. They can do whatever. But Kyrie was different. We know he ain't mean that shit like that. So we stood behind him. Right? But it wasn't enough our black people stood behind him. And the reason it was like that was because of the simple fact some of our black people didn't agree with everything that Kyrie said. It was different with Kanye when he was going at the Jews. It was different. Niggas wasn't standing behind that nigga. Fuck out of here. And say, oh, y'all do whatever y'all want to do with him. There's a difference with black people. We don't always agree with certain black people doing fuck shit. You get what I mean? So yeah, he did what he did. It was a different from Kyrie. Some black people was like, oh, yeah, Kyrie, you might be tripping a little bit, bro. Even though he wasn't, to me, but to some black people, they did. They thought, like, hold on, Kyrie. You know what I mean? And then we didn't like the way even some black people that disagree with him, that was like, hold on, bro, why we this nigga gotta go around on the apology tour? He ain't really disrespect white Jewish people like that. And then it was like, but it should have been more black people standing up for him, acting like it ain't black Jews. It's just a religion. These white Europeans created a race, especially in this country. Listen, let me say this to all the Jewish people in this country. You are white Europeans. You use your religion, I get that. It's fine. But you are still a white European. I tell that to the Italians, all of them. You're still white Europeans. The fuck are you talking about? So I'm trying to act like you're not. And you use your whiteness all the time. Listen, I understand the history of Jewish people and shit like that with neo-Nazis and shit like that. I get that. But don't try to get it twisted like you're not. A lot of your people ain't as racist as those people. Y'all are white Europeans. That's what y'all are. I understand the religion, respect the religion. I get it. But you are still white Europeans. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. And then they try to sit out there and pretend those black people being anti-Semitic. The fuck out here. You call me anti-Semitic all you want. You can kiss my ass.
So you got a good, what is your Myers-Briggs personality type, if you don't mind me asking?
I have no clue.
You're introverted, aren't you? Even if you do
super introverted, yeah. So introverted.
Introverted? Well, I mean, you're real. Come on, you can be like extroverted, especially in this world. People in this world do not appreciate you
out there in the real world, okay? You're appreciated more in the sector because this is where your echo chamber lives. So I imagine that this way you'd have to be introverted. But it's okay, maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong. Obviously I'm wrong. Stay.
It's been a pleasure, though. Really.
Don't give up your day job, okay?
You know how to be insulting. Once again.
Oh no, I'm just saying. Just don't. If you were ever sitting there and you were like, man, I'm gonna go into a career of like analyzing people and like you know, and I'm gonna go into a career. Just look at that and just go like, no, I'm good. Like this isn't the way we should go. I have been called. God, I have been called so many things in my life. Like so many things. I've been called so many things in my life. And the one thing I can say that I have never been called in my entire life is introverted. Like that is the one thing I don't think I've ever been called in my entire life. That is it. That is absolutely insane. Yeah.
Have you ever been called hard-headed?
Plenty of times, mostly by my mom. Yeah,
Well, there you go. See,
yeah, but not introverted.
I don't know, I think.
Yeah, I'm very hard-headed. Yeah,
Nice. Okay. Well, and how old are you then? 40?
I'll be 40 this year.
Okay, well, congratulations. But like I said, I hope that one day you see the value in not being divisive. That's all.
And I am
We are all
not being.
Americans.
Man, here's the funny part, and I'm gonna be very clear with you.
Hold on, talking about. And she said, "I hope you one day understand not being divisive." Listen, understand. They support a dude that every day he comes out and say divisive shit every day. He divides the country every day. If we don't believe in what they believe in, that's defensive. That's defensive, right? Like, listen, understand this. I don't have to agree with a racist, right? Listen, this is why I choose. Let me just say this. I choose not to have conversations with people like this because I don't want this divisive shit with us to happen. I respect you for being how you think. Be over there. Right? Excuse me. I respect you that much. I don't want that interaction. Excuse me. Think and vote the way you want to vote. But like I said, I understand I'm on the right side of history. So I don't need to go back and forth with people like this. I don't need to understand you. I don't really care to understand you. You can call that divisive or whatever you want to call it, but I don't have to fuck with you. You think I have to have conversations with you, and if I don't, I'm being divisive, being divisive, or I'm being this type of hyperbolic person or being so angry at you. I hate you. I don't hate you. I just choose not to have interactions with you because I know that you're not smart. You in a cult. And you stupid.
If you think
Okay, here's another monologue.
no, that's fine. I'll do as many monologues as I want. If you think that me saying the facts of a situation that is going on with our government, because that's all I'm doing. That's all I am doing up here, okay? All I am doing up here is literally saying the facts of what is going on, right? And if you think that me coming up here and saying the facts is divisive, then guess what? That means the facts are divisive. I'm not divisive, okay? I'm not the one who's divisive, all right? You think it's divisive because you don't like the facts, all right? And I think you don't like the facts because literally this entire conversation is pretty much shown, right? That you don't have even the ability to listen to anybody for 2 seconds.
And they're facts. And that's all that is with these type of people. They want to say that you being unruly and shit like that because you don't want to listen to their stupidity. They don't live in real facts. They get on the internet and they get these fake false narratives and they think that what they're saying is right. It's all bullshit, man. All right, people. Now, let me let y'all listen to why this type of person thinks and say the shit that they say. Right? Honestly. The shit is embarrassing, believe it or not. Okay, my bad.
An abandoned metal, the MAGA robot, fueled by dog shit, powered by piss. Let's get into this segment and we'll talk about it.
Tonight, the Obama Presidential Center is officially open. All 4 other living former presidents and first ladies attending the opening ceremonies on the south side of Chicago today, along with a number of celebrities. President Obama took the podium and encouraged Americans not to lose faith in each other and to remember that
And let me say this. It was quotes that came out, articles came out with the people in Chicago saying, "Oh, this is raising property tax." It's a lie. It's gonna raise our property tax. Everything at Obama shit is funded through his organization. People in the state is not paying. They didn't pay for this shit to get built at all. At all. It's a lie. They property tax didn't go up. Listen, if your property tax go up, that means because some of that they're trying to move you out. But I need you to prove that. Right? So my point is this. Stop listening, and then they try to use certain token black niggas that come out here and say, "Oh, our property tax went up." No, your property tax went up is because of the simple fact that it got nothing to do with Obama built that center that he built that. The taxpayers don't pay for that. That shit is ran by his organization. How the fuck does that raise your property tax? How? How can people say that shit? It raise your property tax. How the fuck did that do that? Ain't no taxpayer money built that shit. And they pay taxes every month on that property. That's Obama shit. That got nothing to do with you. And everything that Obama built for the community or wherever you from, you can go there for free. So how they raise your property tax? Or how they raise your rent? Or where you at? Property tax. The fuck out of here. And I looked up and I Googled this shit. I say, where Obama put that shit at? That shit didn't raise no property tax. You pay taxes because of where that shit is. The area is different. That had nothing to do with Obama. Everybody named Mama could go there. Don't matter what part of town you from, you can go to Obama shit. That got nothing to do with that. Property tax. Has nothing to do with it. The only motherfucker paying property tax is Obama and his organization that built that shit. This shit is crazy, bro. Listen, Obama can't have nothing. Obamas can't have nothing. Everything that's in there, bro, you may gotta buy a shirt or some type of shit, maybe like that. But everything is free. Everything is free. You go in that bitch, you can go in that bitch. Anybody named Mama could go in that motherfucker for free. Ain't nobody's getting charged nothing other than maybe you may gotta, if they do got, I think they got some food courts or something like that, maybe. Or they got certain shit, you know, for us buying a shirt or something like that. That's anywhere. That's niggas on the internet. That's any of us trying to create a channel. Yes. But to go walk in there to see the historical shit, just to be in there, go play basketball, it's everything in that bitch. You don't gotta pay for nothing to get in there. Nothing. And they sitting there lying, saying, oh my God, this is raising the property tax. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. The fuck out of here. And I want to know who these token ass black niggas are. How the fuck is raising your property tax? And listen, if you live in a fucked up community around that, how the fuck are you paying property tax? You don't own your shit. So how the fuck that makes sense? So who is that coming from? White people. Let's just say it's true. But what they saying? It's coming from racist ass white people. Fuck out of here, bro. Let's move on.
To voices and how we treat each other matters. Forgetting that fact, he says, only gives power to those trying to divide us.
For us to give in now, after all this country's been through, to cynicism and division would be a betrayal of our founding ideas. And I remain convinced that the overwhelming majority of Americans feel the same way.
Introducing the center-side wasp, hornet, and yellow jacket trap with a lure that's...
Listen, let me say this about Obama too. That motherfucker still look good. That's that melanin in him. That motherfucker still look good. Because motherfuckers keep forgetting this nigga is a biracial nigga. That nigga still look good. The only thing aged in that nigga was his hair. He got gray hair. That's it. That nigga still look good. Shout out to Barack Obama. And Michelle. Michelle still look good too. Ooh. Told you I got the biggest crush on fucking Michelle Obama. Ooh. But Barack, nigga, that nigga still look good. But I think Barack, 55, 56? He up there. But lower than that, that motherfucker look good, man. All it is gray hair. Because he can dye that shit if he want to. That's why I said I'm upset. I think I ain't going to turn fully gray, God willing, until I'm probably about 50. Nigga, I hope all this shit turn gray. Fuck out of here, bro. Fuck out of here. Oh, all this shit turn gray. Brock look good, man. 50-something years old. Only thing, I'm not saying because he ain't got no facial hair, but if he had facial hair, that should be great, probably. Probably mixed with a little black, though. Like, you know, have some black in it. But, you know what I mean? But his hair, even when he had, like, some black in it, nigga, his shit look great at this point. Brock look good for 50-something years old. Nigga, listen, he looked good. At 50-something years old, that motherfucker look good, man. And he was the president for, then you say a decade, 8 years to a decade. Come on, bro. And he still didn't pull it. Man, that motherfucker look good. Shout out to Obama. That motherfucker look good. Let's move on.
Be a betrayal of our founding ideas. And I remain convinced that the overwhelming majority of Americans feel the same way.
So in some ways, this was like church for liberals. It was. Everybody was dressed in their Sunday finest and sitting in the pews. And he was...
And that's where Abby fucks up at. Because I believe Abby's a good person. But she, you know, and then she says some shit that you'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, this was church for liberals. No, this should have been for all Americans. That's what Obama was saying. He wasn't just speaking to just liberals. He was saying Americans as a whole. Because he's that type of motherfucker. He's that type of president. But then she does that shit, and it's that shit that I don't like that Abby does. So it's just talking to liberals. Why should just be talking to liberals? This shit should affect the right wing as an American of what Barack said. You actually helps the division. Abby, Like I told you, I didn't like Abby, but I can disagree with her as she out of pocket with that shit. The fuck you talking about? This is church to liberals. What? This should be church to everybody, regardless if you're a liberal or not. He didn't say nothing wrong. Or he was just somehow this only supposed to reach liberals. No, it should have reached everybody. Abby's a part of the problem. I keep saying that shit. I can call people out when they do fuck shit. They liberals or not. Abby's out of pocket for saying that bullshit. And like I said, I feel a certain type of way. Never mind. Let me just move on from it.
So in some ways, this was like church for liberals. It was. Everybody was dressed in their Sunday finest and sitting in the pews. And he was delivering a message about, not just about that, but also actually, there was a lot of contrast happening about Trump in the remarks from him. And I'll play some a little bit later from Michelle Obama. What did you make of it?
You know, let me say this. Everybody try to get Abby a pass because she tried to be funny. You not funny. Ain't nothing about you. Listen, maybe people that know you maybe think you're a little funny or hilarious, but in these situations, no. It's nothing about being funny if you can't be funny. It's nothing funny of what she said. You try to make it's just about liberals. This is like a liberal thing. No, it wasn't a liberal thing. Obama wasn't trying to make it a liberal thing. And you took that shit and did what you did. You made the same situation that these type of Trump supporters do. You both sides, like you try to, it was outside and their side. Well, she the same person say, oh, why we can't do this and why we can't do that. So it's bullshit, man. Anyway, let's move on.
Really thought it was great that he didn't mention Trump's name one time. You know, he did mention him one time, and I think that, frankly, America got to get a chance to remember what it was like to have a president that could really give speeches that united us as a country. And I think what's really interesting is that, you know, Trump spent decades criticizing Barack Obama on literally everything that he could do. And then ultimately, he got a chance to see on the day that, you know, Obama opened up his presidential center, Trump got to negotiate a pretty bad deal. And I think that it's really just a reflection of why it's important to talk about history. I think a lot of people are going to be able to learn about the JCPOA. And as this MOU comes into fruition.
Listen, and let me say this. Trump did what he did for the 250 years of America, right? Was it any historical shit? Like, did anybody really care? All motherfuckers cared about was to watch the UFC of doing some, violent shit. Right? If you really want to be real about it, what did he really do? Right? Like, it wasn't nothing, like, historical about it, because even the sellout motherfuckers, they came and they watched it or whatever, but ain't nobody really gave a fuck about that shit like that. I caught the numbers of the UFC, right? Usually UFC does great numbers on pay-per-view. They didn't do great at all. Huh? You ready to leave? Okay, I'll be done by the time you get back. So, yeah, like, they didn't do crazy numbers and shit like that. People would act like, oh, they did all these crazy numbers. They didn't do crazy numbers like that. They did the basics. Actually, what they had there, as far as like the fanfare, it's usually bigger than that. They sell more than that. So they didn't even do more there. Right? They thought that it would do more because it was going to be nationalized like that. But you couldn't even nationalize that shit because it was pay-per-view. right? So a lot of people listen. A lot of people watch that shit for free. It wasn't pay-per-view. You seen all these fighters and shit. It wasn't pay-per-view. It was nothing. They didn't really make no money off of it. America taxpayer money spent for Trump shit. And everybody's sitting out there acting like, oh, this shit was big. It wasn't. No, the taxpayer lost money. They used taxpayer money for this shit. And we didn't make no money from it. You remember when people was talking about all these artists saying, oh, we not doing this and we're not doing that. We want trying to make it political. Because it wasn't supposed to be political. But it's Trump. And Trump made it political. He had to assume himself into that. Like he's the greatest. And that's why the shit was trash. So when Jay Williams came out, and I had a lot of respect for him. He came out talking about this shit was bigger than the Nick shit. No, it wasn't. When you listen, let me put y'all on game. When you go to big events, right? Let's say the Nick shit. White people, yeah, they're gonna have a little bit more there, right? But that doesn't mean that it's some racist shit. It's just white people can afford to go to certain shit, right? But if you go to some of that shit and you see some of this shit, like the next shit, the finals, you're going to get the black people there. You can get the black people there. It's about affordability. And white people, even if they can't afford certain shit, they will use they certain funds and shit to be a part of that type of environment. Black people are a little different. We won't do that. You get what I mean? We're not sacrificing our livelihood to go to no fucking basketball game. You know what I mean? Even if it's $600-700. Like, you know, we can watch this shit on TV. That's why the ratings was very high. The ratings was very high because of a lot of black people didn't go to that shit and we couldn't spend that type of money. Right? But yeah, it was because a lot of white people couldn't get in there, so they watched the shit. Right? They spent money. The viewership was crazy. But these people be trying to act like in this shit with this like a lot of this shit. The UFC, nobody really watched that shit. They got some views or whatever. The only reason they got views is because a lot of that shit was free. People bootleg. A lot of people bootleg that shit. They didn't make no money. They didn't make no money, bro. They made no money with that shit. And my friend sitting there and like, oh, it was a big situation. Yeah, because the news said it, but a lot of that shit was pay-per-view because it was the UFC. They lost some money. The UFC lost some money. They ain't make no money. Like folks like people watching that shit, yeah, they got money. The UFC got money because Trump spent $60 million. And you don't think the UFC got money like that? And they don't even pay them UFC fighters like that. Come on, man. They weren't even the most popular UFC fighters. And y'all saying that acting like this shit was this big, like it wasn't. But anyway, let's move on.
We're able to see exactly the contrast there.
I do want to play this from Michelle Obama because she alludes to these attacks on her husband from people like Trump, for example. Here's what she said.
The claims that a U.S. senator and constitutional law expert wasn't qualified for the job. The lies about your birthright, your faith, your patriotism, the outrage when you stated the biological fact that if you had...
Let me just say this though, because I like to make shit simple. Understand that if Barack Obama wasn't a U.S. citizen, right, and he married Michelle Obama, right, he was married to her, right, even though he was still married to her, he still couldn't run for president. That's the law. That's the law. You can be married to a U.S. citizen. Just say Barack Obama, and they say he wasn't a U.S. citizen. He still cannot run. Even though he married to a U.S. citizen, he still cannot run for president. His kid's good, but he can't. These are facts. Like, this ain't no, like, why are we acting like this shit? Like, even when that shit happened, like, what the fuck are we talking about? She's more of a U.S. citizen than Barack, if they say Barack wasn't a U.S. citizen, right? So she should have ran. Man, listen. This shit don't even make no sense. Anyway, let's move on.
The lies about your birthright, your faith, your patriotism, the outrage when you stated the biological fact that if you had a son, that he too would be black. Yet, you were unflappable at every...
Facts. That's facts in the country. Now, let me get y'all to understand something real quick. He don't have no sons. He got 2 daughters. You look at their daughters. They ain't black. They don't look black. Barack mix. He's a mix with black and white. Michelle straight up black. Right? Probably in her ancestry, she probably mixed with a little white. But look, the black took over. Her kids, look at her kid, look at their kids. I think the oldest one is a little lighter, but she ain't that damn light. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? They gonna be looked at as black. Even the one that's a little lighter, the older one that's a little lighter, she gonna be looked at as black. And you notice none of his kids, they try to bring up blue shit, they smoke or they going through regular shit as kids. You ain't hearing about their kids getting arrested. No bullshit. You don't hear nothing about them kids. You hear nothing about Barack and Michelle kids. Nothing. Nothing fucked up. The fuck you talking about? And mind you, you look at all the other kids that was kids from presidential people, they all do some shit later in life, but they got to be a part of the media and shit like that. And I'm not saying they ain't going to be that. They ain't going to do it. But I'm saying you don't hear about them in none of that shit. They don't do podcasts. They don't do none of that shit. They kids. They graduate. They college graduates. They ain't none of that other shit. They ain't got to change their image of who they are. They respect it. And as black people, we ain't got to know too much about them. And that's the good thing. For us, we don't know too much about them. We know they black. That's what we know. But we got to question they blackness and nothing like that. We proud of them young sisters. What fuck we question about them? Anything. You'll never hear black people disrespecting those young black sisters. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama kids. We don't disrespect them. We proud of them. We don't disrespect at all. We respect the shit out of them. You don't hear nothing about them young women. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing. Or they smoke cigarettes. Or they did. So what? That's all you got? Even if black people got upset, we're like, oh, one of them fucking with a white dude. We don't care. We ain't bigoted like that. We ain't racist as y'all think we are. She fuck with who she want to fuck with. And then she ain't grow up around no hood shit. She grew up with what she grew up around. You don't think them young sisters don't think they black or not? They know. They around the first black president and the first black first lady. And you don't think they know about racism? Come on, man. So if they decide to fuck with a white dude or not, whoever they fuck with, who the fuck cares? For me, I don't care. Shout out to them. Do whatever you want to do. Understand there's consequences with that. But like I said, they didn't grow up the way I grew up. They grew up like their parents grew up. They don't know. Well, they should know better. No, they don't. Nigga, they were children. They are young folks. They young kids. Young adults. No, so they don't supposed to know we know. They wasn't raised like how we was raised. They wasn't. Sorry.
Every turn. Always focused. Always calm. Always looking at the long view.
And what she's not saying there is that is a contrast with the guy in the White House right now.
You know, the words we didn't hear from these remarks today: sucker, loser, piggy, stupid, fake news, idiot. It's a permission structure when a president uses those terms for our children to hear it and our children to want to use those terms as well.
First of all, even he's saying this shit after, right, what he didn't hear. But even before that, when they was president and she was the first lady, you never heard them talk the way that Trump talks and the people around Trump and Barack Obama administration. You never heard them talk like that. They didn't disrespect people like that. So yeah, that's why we hold Obama the way the Obamas the way we hold them and the credibility that we have for them, because we know that they wasn't like that when they was there in that position. But Trump decided, do whatever they do. But anyway, let's move on.
It's modeling the worst of rhetoric and the worst behavior. President Obama, First Lady Obama, didn't invoke the name calling that has gotten in a cancerous way into our political bloodstream and makes us not want to expose our children to the highest people in power.
And Barthy, I saw you nodding. I mean, do you agree with that?
I do. Shut up. By the way, not once, guys.
Mind you, it's one thing is saying, "Oh, I agree with that," but then you say, "Well, I understand the other side of that." How can you do that when you got a perfect fit of how people supposed to act? Not saying you supposed to act that way, right? But for our president and first lady, that's how they supposed to act. Like, I never seen George Bush come out and be as disrespectful and his wife to come out and be disrespectful or be silent in a way that Trump has. Like, I've never seen that. But anyway, let's move on.
Did the Obamas ever respond with insults to Trump and Republicans with their disgusting bigotry? Not even when they were depicted as animals. Not when they were called out by their name and whatever the hell they do. The Obamas always showed grace, even when they maybe shouldn't have. And guess what, guys? That eats at Republicans inside. Because remember how they try and depict black people every effing chance they get as some kind of animals, violent, aggressive, incompetent, incapable. Come on now, Papito. When you think...
Let me say this. He's right about that. Because, let me say something. I respect the Obamas that they don't come out and speak about this racist, bigoted shit. But I know that they understand that we will do that for them. We will defend them. So I think a part of them, they understand that. Like, oh no, our people speak on that. We ain't gotta do that. Let's show the class that who we are. Motherfuckers like me, yeah, I'll bring it up. I'll talk about it. You get what I mean? So, yeah, listen. You don't see the Obamas do none of that shit because part of they got class, but the other part, nigga, they know how people gonna stand up for them. There are people gonna stand up for them. They don't need to do it. We'll do it for them.
Think of these words. Do you think that describes more accurately? Who do you think that describes more accurately? Trump or Obama? And that kills them inside. The man is always above it all, as he should be. It reminds me of that Shawshank Redemption quote from the movie. He crawled through 5 football fields of shit and came out the other side clean as a whistle. It was something like that. But guys, Papi ain't above it all. Papi is from the dirt, and Papi will take you to the depths, as dirty as necessary. Keep your hands clean, Obamas. Papi got this.
I have, as I think you know, tremendous respect for President Obama. I had the privilege of actually being in Grant Park on election night with the Obamas and the Bidens, watching the results of that campaign. I'll never forget that moment. And I think what this was really about, I don't think this would have been the place for that kind of political rhetoric. This was not a political event. This was the dedication of the Presidential Library. And he did it and gave that speech with the class and grace that is.
First of all, that's not true. Anything that the Obamas do is always political. So that's not true. Right? We shouldn't do that. But, excuse me. Yes, it's all political. But anyway, let's move on.
Consistent with Barack Obama. I might not have agreed with all of his policies, but when it comes to being someone that was, I think, a president that crossed party lines, and I think we'll see later on remains very highly popular from people that both lean right and left. I think what we saw today was consistent.
Okay, there's a little bit of revisionist history. Yeah, he's incredibly eloquent. He's very skilled orator. He's very articulate. I'll give him.
See how they talk about Bobby is right, articulate, eloquent, but they never said it about Trump. You know what they say about Trump when he says fucked up shit? He's just being real. Oh, when the black person be actually very eloquent and talking, you know what I mean? It's some real shit. They can't like go after that. He's very smart, eloquent, and shit like that. But Trump, we was like, well, what the fuck is Trump? Yeah, he's saying a lot of fucked up shit. Oh, he's just being real. He being real. What? But anyway, let's move on.
Right and left. I think what we saw today was consistent.
Okay, there's a little bit of revisionist history. Yeah, he's incredibly eloquent. He's very skilled orator. He's very articulate. I'll give him all of that. But he was also a very divisive figure. And Can I talk? Can I talk? Thank you. Look, we saw it was on full display. They open it up with perhaps the most performative.
Now I want y'all to understand. She got upset at the brother because he said, how was they divisive like that? That's all he asked. She said, oh, can I talk? Yeah, you can talk. But tell us how Barack Obama was divisive like that. Like you trying to have him on the same level as Trump. That is not what that is. But anyway, let's go back.
Articulate, I'll give him all of that, but he was also a very divisive figure. And can I talk? Can I talk? Thank you. Look, we saw it was on full display. They open it up with perhaps the most performative woke thing you can do, a land acknowledgement. Really? You're gonna say this is on stolen land? If you think it's on stolen land, then give it back.
This is all you. This is like 10 to
Okay, well, listen. All this shit is on stolen land. Right? Everything that any of us do. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. This is stolen land. Right? So why you got an issue with the black person on stolen land doing what they do? You never call out Trump. He's on stolen land. And just because he don't acknowledge that doesn't mean that it's not stolen land. Right? Like, you get what I mean? Like the hypocrisy of these people. But anyway, let's move on.
Bit of woke thing you can do, a land acknowledgement.
Hold up.
Really? You're gonna say?
And I'm sorry too. She said it's the most woke thing you can do. To acknowledge history, to acknowledge real shit, it's woke. Everything is woke because you tell the truth and you tell the truth about the history of this country. It's woke to these people. What the fuck are you talking about, bitch? But anyway, let's move on.
This is on stolen land. If you think it's on stolen land, then give it back.
This is all you. This is like 10 to 2.0.
Don't build an $850 million library. The other thing is, I know I like the idea of United Americans, but I don't think most conservatives.
But how is
conservatives were targeted by the IRS? Nuns who were told they had to pay for abortions and contraceptives, and he was like,
Can I just say,
first of all, she lying. She's making up shit. Talking about in Obama shit that, you know, the nuns had to pay for shit for not having abortions. That's bullshit. But anyway, let's move on. This woman is unbelievable. And like I said, when you lie like that, and this is why I bring it back to what we talked about earlier, about the woman she speak. Because she hears this shit and she thinks she thinks it's factual. But anyway, let's move on.
Americans, but I don't think most conservatives.
But how is
conservatives were targeted by the IRS? Nuns who were told they had to pay for abortions and contraceptives, and he was like,
Can I just say, when we're talking about things that using federal government.
She is such a liar about the nuns thing. First off, it was about contraceptions, and he literally made it carve-out for nuns to respect their beliefs, so that they wouldn't have to finance it. She's such a nasty liar.
First of all, Obama did not target.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, stop lying. That's what right wingers do. To fit their narrative, because all of a sudden it's so bad. Or saying that, because they do some good stuff, but they so bad. They just like us to do horrible shit. No, that's not what happened. They did not, listen, Obama did not charge nuns or make this deal with them in that way of like what she's saying. Like, that's not true. But anyway, let's move on. This woman is a liar.
For nuns to respect their beliefs so that they wouldn't have to finance it. She's such a nasty liar.
First of all, Obama did not target
the federal government for his opponents. That is something that Trump is doing.
Well, I think
hold on. I let you talk. That he also did not do that. What I will say, one of the bigger contrasts I think that has not been mentioned, I think, over the coverage is you have to remember that when Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump, it was Barack Obama who called Hillary Clinton and told her, you need to concede. And
facts. Hillary was not letting that shit go. So like, this nigga's still in the election. She really thought that. It was Barack that called her and said, no, you gotta, listen, he won it. I know however you feel, I know how we feel, but you gotta let that shit be what it be. That was Barack Obama. These are facts. And these people do not believe it because they can't believe that a black man was being honest. Obama was, hey, no, Hillary, a white woman. No, this nigga he stole the election. No, I'm not doing that shit. I'm not saying that. Barack called her, hey, no, you gotta do that. He did it. It protects our democracy or whatever, how you want to look at it, how he looked at it. But that's what he did. That's what Barack did. It wasn't no other white person. It was Barack that called Hillary and told her she had, no, you gotta let that shit be, Hillary. But anyway, let's move on.
And he understood that there needed to be a peaceful transfer of power, and he told her that. Then what happened? He welcomed the Trumps to the House, to the White House. He ensured that they had what they needed in order to have a peaceful transition. Take that, and then take January 6th. And look at that contrast. But listen to that contrast. Then there's also Barack Obama has done a lot to raise the next generation of leaders, while you have Donald Trump, who is just saying, I anoint people.
Well, let me let Lydia respond to that, because I hear you saying, first of all, you're accusing Obama of personally doing something that
his administration.
We know that what you're talking about at the IRS was the responsibility of individuals within the IRS who were held responsible for that. That had nothing to do with Obama. Nobody has provided proof that came from the White House or from the president's office. The second thing that you mentioned, which is basically abortion policy, I take it that is your view of how that policy should operate in this country, but you have to understand that another half of the country believes the opposite of what you believe. So when you talk about divisiveness, Barack Obama was smeared as not being a legitimate president because Trump was lying that he was not a native-born American citizen. And then he welcomed that same man into the White House. Okay. Their wives sat down and had tea.
I think Obama is incredibly. I think he's incredibly.
It's a legitimate question. What else? Why is Obama considered by a lot of conservatives, maybe you're one of them, to be so incredibly divisive? Is it because he told people he was black?
Right.
No, I think he's incredibly classy. He's a very eloquent speaker. I think there's a lot of things to credit him for.
Lydia, listen, let me say this. When these racist ass white people say, oh, he's so eloquent and all this other shit, you're just saying it's a black person. You surprised that he's that eloquent or respectful like that. That's all they saying, because they got this trope of they think how black people would act. That's why she's saying that. But anyway, let's move on.
So incredibly divisive. Is it because he told people he was black?
Right.
No, I think he's incredibly classy. He's a very eloquent speaker. I think there's a lot of things to credit him for.
Lydia,
I'm saying his policy, and actually I will credit him for this as well. He said that he thinks America is great today. I think he said the U.S. is an undeniable force for good in the world. And I was glad to hear him say that, because when he was in office, he would go on these sort of tours essentially apologizing for America. And I look at the Democratic Party today. 36%
Last
of whom,
year,
36% of whom are not proud.
last year, Donald Trump went to the Middle East and he said,
She's such a depraved robot. Guys, I promise you, when I found this piece of junk bagger robot in the junkyard, I had no idea it was a racist robot. But it sure in the F is. Guys, if you didn't catch it from that exchange, it's because he's black. That's the only reason they say he's divisive. They have nothing. The robot had the stage multiple times there to just explain what is it about him that is angering you morons, that he's so divisive. They just could never get over that a black man had the audacity to become president of the United States. People like her, these disgusting bigots, think this is their country, like theirs. That and guys, what must really annoy them is with all the stepping on black people's neck, even then they still rose, and one even became president. Just one, and look how crazy it has made them. Really let that sink in. And it just must eat at them somewhere that Trump is their guy. This bloated, popping from the seams, just absolute piece of trash person. A person who was handed everything since birth, born with millions.
It's not even just that, right? They will criticize Obama and say all this other shit, right? They say all the shit they say. The problem with that is that Obama is this, he that. But they ignore what Trump did. Because everything that Trump does is right. And that shit is not okay. They always try to do that. And that's what that woman is on. That's why she got this dumbass look on her face. That's a dumb racist face. Because she knows she being racist. But she just doesn't care. But she want us to care about how we talk about Trump. He got to be spoke as highly. But she can disrespect a motherfucker that don't be as never in his life or career been disrespectful to people the way that Trump did. That shit is crazy, bro. But anyway, let's move on.
Millions, and still turned out to be classless and helpless. Obama is what they wish Trump was. A man who came from the middle class and became president of the United States, who actually pulled himself up by his bootstraps, who showed decency and grace all the way through. It hurts their fragile little racist hearts.
What matters most to you?
A damn commercial.
Grace all the way through. It hurts their fragile little racist hearts.
that America's past policies of regime change in that region had been a failure,
Right.
and that it was that we were trying to basically overtake these great societies. He was literally what you guys accuse Obama of doing. Trump went to the Middle East and said that we've been trying to change your societies and we have failed, and we've been trying to export our way of doing things on you. He said that last year.
Right.
So I am not understing this. Like,
Well,
I
no,
at least I want to see more
I-
evidence.
I-
I would like to see more evidence. That's all I would like to see.
And those circumstances change.
Time out. And she can't speak about that because it doesn't make sense, right? Because if you criticize Trump, right, or you criticize Obama for the shit that you're saying that he didn't do or whatever, and you hold Trump as the same credibility or at the same level, you find out that he's doing shit worse than Obama. And that's why they don't do it. That's why you don't hear them say it. Or they make excuses, they lie, they change the narrative. Scott Jennings does it all the time. So, yeah, that's what that is. But anyway.
Understood that, right? Iran advanced their nuclear program much more rapidly than expected. There were changes.
No, that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking what Trump was talking about was the U.S. military involvement in the Middle East, Afghanistan wars, and beyond. It was a very broad statement. She just said Obama was apologizing for the United States around the world. Where's the evidence? That's all I'm asking.
Well, so I think we're missing the point of what President Obama was trying to say during the speech. This was not an anti-Trump speech. This was not, let's, get back at him. This was, we need to come back together as a nation. We shouldn't have states
Listen,
opting
first of all,
out.
that's all bullshit. Like I said, a bunch of nonsense. We can't come back as a country into a lot of white people. And I say this on some real shit to a lot of white folks. You can't come to black people and say, oh, we gotta understand where y'all coming from when you don't correct your own. And that goes to the Latino community, all that shit. Like, nigga, y'all voted for racism. When you voted for Trump, you voted for bigotry and racism. And you're not going to change a lot of black people's mind on that. Now, this is going to be some of these motherfuckers get out there. We got to throw them. Anna sat down with Candace Owens. And the bitch said, yeah, they used me as a token. It took a white bitch that's now selling out her own movement for you to get that bitch. It took her to do that. So we've been telling you that. But it takes this racist white bitch that all of a sudden selling out her own base. That's what she stood for, the side with y'all. So it makes sense now. So fuck Candace Owens and fuck Anna from TYT. Bitch, you ain't no different than Candace Owens. I'm not trying to, listen, let me say this. If Candace Owens can get that, listen, respectfully, I understand it. But at the same motherfucking time, she getting it because of what? Why is she all of a sudden understanding it? Because Trump turned on him? And somehow, some way, people like me are supposed to have some empathy and sympathy for somebody that literally was in a position to destroy our people. She literally did that. And somehow, you know what? We got to forgive people like that. They did what they did. Listen, Candace Owens didn't just use our black pain for this. She used religion to go against black people. And somehow you motherfuckers want to sit here and pretend we supposed to just forgive her. Because she get it now. Candace, she get it now. I got used. So Anna said, look, see, we reached her. You only reached her not because of what you stood for. You only reached her because of the fact that I don't even know the reason. In a way, she said, fuck Trump. And when she said, I'm not fucking with Trump no more, and Trump turned her back on her, and that's when she mad. She upset now. I'm so done with people like this. Anna, you only fucking with Candace Owens. You sit down with her and talk to her because you think that you can reach them. You ain't reaching these type of people. Candace Owens been knowing she been fucked before you even talk to her. She found out that Trump don't fuck with her because she disagree with him on the Israel shit. And I guess she found out that when you go against Trump, shit go left. Huh, Anna? You fucking bitch. The fuck out of here. I ain't giving her no credibility. I'm not giving her no fucking credibility that she went against Trump. She only went against that shit because she found out, you know what? If I just disagree with Trump, you know what? Now he against me, and now all the white supremacists, all the voters, all the people that fuck with her is against her now. And that's why she care about it. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? And so Anna sit there and she like, oh, I'm reaching. You ain't reaching these people. They just get outed That's all it is. You didn't do nothing. Anna from TYT, you did nothing. You sat down with this sellout ass coon. And like I said, Anna, you ain't black. So you can't tell black people that this bitch ain't a sellout. How about that? You want to tell us about race now, Anna? Fuck out of here, man. That bitch a sellout. That's what she is. And because you don't know that and you can't comprehend that bitch, you ain't black in America. You can talk about, oh, my family came in and all that. Fuck you and your family. Because you know why? Because Anna she's a white European and her family was saying all types of, they sided with Trump when she was out here trying to, and she said it. I ain't making it up. Ain't people like, oh, Ken, you tripping? No. Anna Peoples, the reason the bitch switched over, because she wanted to go to them family functions. And she couldn't go to them family functions because our people's racist. So she wanted to try to understand where they come from. And they probably was telling her, oh, you know, we not racist and nothing like that. We just disagree with politics. And that bitch all of a sudden turned her whole fucking shit. She ain't a racist now. But you side with racists now. Now you want to have conversations with racists to try to understand racists. Listen, I don't have listen, Anna, let me tell you something, you racist bitch. I don't have to have a conversation with a racist motherfucker to understand racism. And I thought you knew that, but I guess you don't. Because now you're just trying to make money, you and Jank. I remember the bitch said, I don't make no money standing for what's righteous. I don't make no money over here. And all of a sudden, Jank switch over to get the right-wing money. All of a sudden, they make money now. Now this bitch, all of a sudden, she happy. She just upset and mad. So fuck Anna. Anna's a fucking racist. Fuck she talking about? You fucking bitch. Trying to play black people. Or you sit down with Kansas. What that mean? You sat down with somebody that harmed out people, but then you trying to act like that supposed to mean something to us. Fuck Anna. Fuck her too. But you want all black people to get online with the Israel and Iran shit, huh? Bitch. Iran getting treated bad. But, oh, fuck black people. We're just supposed to ride with your dumbass shit. Fuck you, bitch. That bitch stupid. And then she trying to act like we stupid. Fuck them. Fuck the whole TYT shit. Fuck that shit. That bitch stupid. You know, we too woke. Now I'm saying she ride with people that says that we too woke. And then she try to ride with it. So, oh, we too woke. Bitch, you don't even know what woke mean. Do you know what woke mean? You just making money now. I still fight for good reason. That's a white liberal. Remember all the white liberals that you used to talk about, Anna? That sell black people out? You're doing that. Anna, you're doing the sellout shit. Fuck you talking about, bitch. You gotta sit there and act like you ain't on that same level. You are. You a sellout. You sold the movement out. Like I tell y'all people, I ain't trying to give a fuck about no racist. I don't care. I'm not trying to make no racist feel like, yo, you can talk to me as a racist. I don't. You know how stupid that is? Fuck out of here, bro. Or, you know, just trying to understand racist people. Fuck. Racist people is racist. What the fuck I gotta care about you for? Stupid. Anyway, people, let me get the fuck out of here, man. Like I said, Anna from TYT and Jank, all them are sellouts. They sold us out. And now these bitches trying to sit there and act like, well, they doing us a favor. You ain't doing us no favor with no racist. Oh, I'm just trying to reach out to other people. Listen, I don't give a fuck about reaching out to these people. You hateful like that, what the fuck can I teach you to be better? Oh, Candace Owens. Candace Owens still going to vote for Trump. She still got a conservative mind or whatever the fuck you think. That bitch ain't shit. Candace Owens ain't shit. Fuck that bitch. And fuck you to think that she's about something. So fuck Jink and fuck her too. Anna too. Fuck you. You really think this bitch is about something? She ain't about shit. That bitch ain't shit. And just like you ain't shit. Think about that shit. These motherfuckers act like, you know, we all tripping. No, you shouldn't be treating. Man, fuck you. Suck my dick. Anna can suck my dick. That piece of shit ass bitch. Bitch, you can't even suck my dick. I wouldn't even let you suck my dick. Fuck Anna. That bitch, you side with racists and act like that shit is okay. Was okay. We just trying to figure out. We trying to come together. Ain't nothing coming together with racists, bitch. The fuck wrong with you? You smoking crack cocaine, bitch? You don't fuck about no racist. You care about racists, and that's fine. Okay, cool. But don't act like the rest of us, we tripping and we fucked up because we ain't cool with racists. Or we don't want to listen to racists. Fuck I want to listen to racists for. They're not even conservatives at this point. They're just racist. Any Trump supporter, they just racist. They ain't got nothing to do with conservatism. But you too stupid to realize that, you goofy bitch. Anyway, let's move on, people. Leave your comments, hit that like button. Support your boy, Mr. OB out. Peace and love to the world. Fucking bitch.